we should probably talk about Manchester City this season. Yes, the worst in many aspects under Guardiola. Points, losses, goals allowed, 19 conceded so far. Second worst exactly, if it's not the worst. It's not a good time this season for them so far. It didn't seem to be looking any better at the weekend either. Nadem, what's going on?
Okay, you sounded like you enjoyed that just a little bit too much. You made me feel so uncomfortable. What I would say, obviously, this is, it's an historically bad run. And funniest still is the last time they lost 4 Premier League games in a row, I was playing for them. So I guess I'm as good as all these players themselves, There's no difference between us all. But I think there are certain elements to the games that they play where you do maybe see them play well, but then there are so many mistakes which lead to so many big chances. The amount of goals that are conceded at the moment is certainly alarming. The amount of big chances given up is certainly alarming as well. And I think for them, I believe they're almost trying to draw a line under it, because the run that they had, you could almost see that Liverpool game and say, this is going to be like 4, 5, 6. And it could have been potentially, could have been. But then there were spells in the second half, I thought, on the weekend where I think the manager will probably feel more encouraged. Even though they ended up losing, Salah misses that chance. There was a certain spark that hadn't been there for a little while. The individual errors, I believe they can stop. But in terms of players being back healthy, players being back into form, I think that stuff will come. I would not be surprised if they won comfortably tomorrow against Nottingham Forest, as wild as that may sound. But in reality, the spell that they've been on has been as bad as we've seen, as bad as Guardiola's ever felt, and as bad as most of these players have ever been through as well. And, for them, they just got to keep on trying to find a way to play, try and find some form. I personally think the league is probably too far away from them right now. But I think good form and good football heading into these next months is going to help them in the Champions League, is going to help them in the FA Cup. It's going to help them have a good second half to the season, which is going to be needed because it seems very competitive up in that top 4.
There's work to do, LA.
I gotta be honest with you. Those moments that Nadem is talking about in which Guardiola could be encouraged because of what he saw in the second half, I didn't see those moments. And if they were there, you have to look really, really, really hard. The very best result that Manchester City could have gotten against Liverpool this past weekend was a 2-0 defeat. That's the best that they could have hoped for, to be honest with you. Because having seen the game, the chances, the domination of Liverpool over Manchester City, if we didn't know that it was Manchester City, if we didn't know that it was Pep Guardiola, if we didn't know their history, you would have thought that Liverpool was playing at Anfield against a mid-table to lower table sort of team. That's the level of play that we saw from Manchester City, and that what we have been seeing for a while now. Honestly, I think I would not have been surprised at all having seen the performance if the match had been easily, conservatively 5-0. That's how much better Liverpool was than Manchester City. At this point, Manchester City, where they're playing and how they're playing, they do not belong in the same category with the elite teams in the Premier League. They may in the future. It may get better. But there are a lot of things that need to change. And the first thing that needs to change is you got to start seeing some leadership on the field. A lot of blank stares, a lot of people looking around. At some point, somebody has to be able to bring the team together. Man, if we can't have the ball, let's at least defend together. And when we defend together, once we force a turnover, maybe we can do something in a counter. But there is no game plan here. They're trying to do the same things over and over and over again. They lose the ball in bad areas, defensive mistakes, goal. And it keeps happening, it keeps happening, it keeps happening, and no changes are coming. Not from the manager and not from the players on the field. This team is in trouble.
Yeah, and Pep's decided to stay as well. This is happening, Luis, right now. Can he fix it? Are you surprised to see it?
Yeah, I think it's not the first time that he's been in a situation like this one. Maybe not that bad one, but yes, if we are talking about the way that they are playing. But it's true that this can change. We are talking about a top team. This player hasn't forget how to play. But it's true that now teams know how to play, and the patterns that they were using before, and the way that they were playing at the last there, and much more what Ali just mentioned, the transition going back. You could see Manchester City with a lot of numbers around the ball. When they used to lose the ball, they regain the ball and they continue having the dominating the game. But right now you can see that they are isolation players, having the ball, looking around, trying to pass the ball, trying to find those triangles that Pep Guardiola likes, and they are not there anymore. And then when they lose the ball, the transition is nowhere near where the way that they were doing before. So can they change? Yes, of course. We are talking about a team that is going to be challenging once again every single trophy. Maybe not right now because we see that it's far away. But if they manage to have a turning point, a moment of getting back the confidence, getting back that intensity in the rhythm, I'm sure that they are going to get back to their best. But it's still far away, as Ali just mentioned. I think that they need to continue working on what they were and where they are right now.
Nathan, we need to talk about Phil Foden. What's going on with this player at the moment?
It's tough to say, to be honest, given how good he was last season, winning player of the season, him having his best ever season, the goals, the assists, the general joy that he had on the field. At the moment, it's just not there. And I think it's the same for him and lots of other players as well. I think for him to have lost that sort of spark as such on the pitch, and obviously there was a point where maybe he wasn't as fit as say he needed to be and he was out of the side. But it is very, very strange to see. I think at times on Sunday, the game just went by him completely. And I think that must be very, very tough for him to sort of get his mind around. But he'll be desperate to sort of address that. And the fact is he's playing week in, week out, and he's being trusted at this moment in time. Maybe with De Bruyne perhaps finding more fitness in the coming weeks, maybe Phil could maybe take a break, come in from the side, have an impact. Maybe there's more to it. But it's sad to see, it's alarming to see. And I think from a Man City perspective, you see the influence, because as that game started on Sunday, Erling Haaland was the only City player to have scored in the league that season of all the starters on the pitch, which is crazy to even think about as we sit here in the middle of, at the start of December. I thought it was the middle of November. I've lost track of time. It's been so long since they won. But yeah, it's sad to see, but I believe he'll find something, and I believe the team will as well. And, you know, I heard what Ali was saying about City and that performance overall, and I do perceive it differently, and it's cool to have different perspectives on it as such. But I think coming into these next few games, especially with the subs that they have available now, which they've not had before, they have ways to for Guardiola to pick the team that he wants, as opposed to pick the team that he has to, based on people who are available. So I think they'll be fine. I think Foden will probably start by scoring tomorrow.
Go on, is it going to be all right?
I mean, they'll be fine. I'm not quite sure what that means. If it is at the standards of Manchester City, they'll be fine. They need to win a game, right? And for a team that hasn't won in 7, you feel that tension. And look, I think all of us have been part of teams that have struggled at one point or another, and showing up to training is difficult. And showing up and going through the drills is difficult because you have this cloud hanging over you and all this negativity that surrounds you that is very difficult to put to the side up until you actually win a game. Winning is the most important thing for Manchester City. How they go about it, I also think is important. There's got to be a toughness to this team that we just haven't seen. This is really the first period of time that we have seen in a while for Manchester City where you're seeing the difficulties and you're not seeing a response. This team is now being pushed and this team is now being punched and there hasn't been a response. And that's a problem. That's where I think I'm most disappointed with Manchester City. You're going to lose games. I understand that. We've all gone through it. But the response hasn't been there from Manchester City. The changes, the impact, the adjustment, the individual adjustment, the group adjustment, the team adjustment, they just haven't been there. And so why would you expect things to change if you continue to do the same things with the same blank stares in your face? I need to see something different from Manchester City if indeed they're going to win a game.
Nathan, what's the situation with Jack Grealish right now as well?
In what sense? I think he's back in the side. He's back in the squad rather, because I think in recent weeks he had been away. He had been injured, but then he was seeing some cryptic messages on social media making it seem like perhaps there was more. But he's somebody who'll be chomping at the bit to get into the side and to perform well. I think he's like many players who just want to have a settled spell away from the treatment table, just on the pitch, and being able to find the form that they need to find for the team to be successful and start winning games again. But I'm not sure exactly what's going on. I think they're very good at keeping certain things in-house. And for Jack, as is the case with quite a few other players, like it's very few that can say they've had an undisrupted season to this point. I think for himself, you look at the likes of Doku as well, Kevin De Bruyne to come back in at some stage. These are players, even the centre-backs, Ruben Diaz playing his first start after, I think, 4 or 5 games. These guys, they want to just have a run of good health, and there's no better time than in this stretch now over Christmas, where essentially the games are coming thick and fast, and as a consequence, momentum can arrive just that little bit quicker.
So you think it is more of a fitness situation with Grealish, Nedum?
I think so. I'm not sure the exact ins and outs of it as such, but I think he's somebody who, like, his best is when he's playing football. That's the best version of him as a person. And when he's in the side, I think we saw, not last season, I think the season before, when City ended up winning that treble, there was a spell where he was arguably one of City's most important players. So he has been trusted before to be that player. And I think some of the traits that he has, at times, maybe Doku's been more on the front foot this season, or last season as well. So Guardiola's had a sort of decision to make. But Grealish wants to be out on the pitch. He wants to be playing his football. He wants to be winning games. He wants to be winning games with the collective and, come the end of the season, celebrating something. So I'd imagine, he's going to be putting his head down, as is the case of all these players. I think we've seen in recent days, they've all been releasing statements saying, stick with us, and so on. I'm sure Grealish is no different to that. And he'll try and have an impact. And obviously at the moment, the downside is everybody knows that they're gettable. But again, I expect a response tomorrow, especially playing at home with the crowd thinking there's going to be something more needed here.
Just very quickly, let me make it clear that this is not just about the players. I go back to a reaction of Pep Guardiola during the Champions League match this past week, in which they're up 3-0, they give up a goal on a mistake, and now it's 3-1, and for a minute or two, Pep Guardiola's on the bench like this.
Even after that first goal conceded, yeah.
They're still winning the game 3-1. There's still a game to be won. They're still up. They're still at home. It's just 10 minutes to go. And this is... that doesn't resolve a problem. You can be frustrated, but you need to be the first one who's out in the box talking to players, getting players engaged. Hey, let's move on. Let's put it behind us. Instead, as players look to the bench, this is what they get. Honestly, it's not just on the players. Neither the players nor the manager are used to this situation, and they're not handling it very well.
And just taking a look at Bayern Munich when it comes to the DFB Pokal Cup, and in recent seasons, the last time they did win it was in the 1920 season, and that was against Bayer Leverkusen. Since then, though, you can see it's not been good for them. Knocked out in the second round for the following two seasons against Holstein Kiel and Borussia Mönchengladbach. They got to the quarterfinals where Freiburg knocked them out in 22-23 season. Second round against lowly Saarbrücken last season, well, 2 seasons back now. No, last season. And then round of 16
You're
this
right,
season,
Kev.
obviously. I am all right. My apologies. Of course, this season they are now knocked out in the round of 16. And that's not as embarrassing, the fact that it's against Bayer Leverkusen, but still. Ali was not too impressed with what he saw by Bayer Leverkusen, even though they won this game today. Nedum and Neuer now joining us. Luis Garcia still with us. Nedum, Bayern out for another year at an early stage here.
Yeah, it's going to be hugely disappointing for them. But I think, as Ali was saying during the show, I think you expected a bit more from Leverkusen. As soon as it went down to 10, after that collision with Manuel Neuer, the type of collision you tend to see on Red Zone on a Sunday evening, I thought they were going to find their groove. I thought they were going to try and dominate the game a bit more. But in fairness, Bayern were very much there. I think as the game was progressing, it felt like Bayern were running out of ideas. And I suppose there is huge disappointment, not just to lose to them, but to lose at home. I think Kompany and the players, they would have wanted to do well in this cup, to go toe-to-toe with Leverkusen again and almost leave a mark. But I think, as Xabi Alonso said, Bayern have been rolling teams over this season. And essentially, if you want to beat them, you've got to be effective. And in the end, that's what there was. And, to talk about Ali's point as well about that cross and the header from Teller, I think Kim's obviously been pulled onto the shoulder of, but Alphonso Davies, he's outside of the post. He's outside of the back post as the cross comes into the box. You as a fullback, you have to support your central defender there.
Most of the game, we saw Bayern Munich dominating the game, even creating options. Maybe not that clear as we were expecting, but I thought that at some point they could have an opportunity to score that goal. Even in the last minute, we saw that opportunity to get the equalizer. But it was the patience and the composure of Leverkusen once again, Xavi knowing that in the end they will manage to get that result.
Go ahead.
What I would say is that the challenge for Neuer was unnecessary to begin with. Leimer was there, and if you read the flight of the ball, you know that Frimpong's struggling to bring it down, which then allows Upamecano to get into the picture as well. So there's no need for Manuel Neuer to come out. Now, as players get older, right, not only do you get slow or slower physically, now you can't quite read it as well as you used to. Not because you've lost your ability to read the game, but because you are thinking, 10 years ago, I would get to this ball. 10 years ago, I read it and I get there. Well, it's not 10 years ago. And so Manuel Neuer, at this point in his career, can't be taking these chances, especially when you have defenders. Let them do their job. That's NATO. Let them do their job. They're right there to defend. Let them be the ones that resolve the problem for you. At this point, Manuel Neuer would have been far better off to be far more conservative and allow his players to do the job that they're paid to do.
Yes, there has been a narrative in some parts of the German media this season, Nadem, that Bayern need to show that they can beat the big teams. Obviously, then you're looking at the Champions League, because what we have seen is now they've lost to Leverkusen here today. They drew with them even though they were better against them in the Bundesliga already. You saw the Clasico at the weekend. They lost to Barcelona, of course, in the Champions League. They lost to Aston Villa. I wouldn't put them in the big team category, but you're seeing them coming up against opposition they wouldn't usually. Can this team win the Champions League?
Well, I think you've got to say that yes, they can, but obviously they have some flaws which could really affect them when it comes down to the knockout rounds. I think seeing the way that they sort of try and defend so aggressively, well, what does that look like when they play against the likes of, say, a Liverpool, for example, who are having a tremendous season? But I think in the end, you realise it's still early in the season for them with their new manager. And as a consequence, I think they'll make tweaks as the season goes on. I think the standard that they are held to in Germany is rightly very different to others. I think that question about can you beat these big teams, can you sort of find a way to win this and be successful? Yes, that is valid, but I think they'll be judged ultimately by how they finish the season with how many trophies that they've had. Obviously, going out today is a huge blow for them. But I think, again, against Leverkusen in the two games we've seen, I think Bayern have looked the better side. So I expect them in some ways to be able to carry on that form. We've seen a very stuttering type Leverkusen this season so far. But Bayern domestically, in terms of, say, where they are in Bundesliga, they do look a class apart, in my opinion. And I think, as Ali was saying, you watch the game today, and even though Leverkusen stuck their way through, which is the most important thing, you don't believe that Leverkusen are going to end up having a better season in the league than Bayern Munich will. And then when the Champions League comes, I think there are lots of question marks about some of the bigger teams at the moment. You've got Bayern, you've got Manchester City, you've got Real Madrid at the moment, who aren't exactly as high up as we thought they would be. But I reckon for most of these teams, these next three games in the Champions League, they'll find their groove, and before you know it, they'll be in the knockout rounds again, like we've always seen. And before you know it, as I say, you've got some of the biggest teams in Europe ready to go at it to try and win the tournament they believe they should.
Now, that story obviously came before the PSG game, which they did win. But what are your thoughts on the Champions League chances?
I don't think there's any reason to be discouraged by Bayern Munich because they were eliminated today. I think there were extenuating circumstances, and Manuel Neuer will be the first one to tell you that it's on him, that he made a mistake, and that he put his team in a really tough situation. But having said that, I can comfortably make the argument that for long periods of time in this game, even being a man down, they outplayed Bayer Leverkusen. So today is not the reason to be discouraged about Bayern Munich. In fact, I would go the opposite. I would say they should be encouraged that even playing a man down against who is supposed to be their biggest opposition in Bundesliga, they dominated the game. They dominated possession. They created some chances. In the end, they ran out of legs, and eventually they got punished for that man disadvantage. But I don't see today as an issue for Bayern Munich going forward. Now, in terms of what happens in Champions League and the issues that they have had in Champions League against Barcelona, for example, those are things that need to be addressed. I still think Bayern Munich can get better, will get better, and will be there in the end.
Yes, well, we'll see how it all plays out this season, but the Cup definitely delivered in some of the drama today. In Germany, we saw some Cup sets in this game. Arminia Bielefeld in the third tier beating Freiburg. Oh. Yes, Stuttgart got the win though. Werder Bremen at the death against Darmstadt. They will be progressing, and more games will be coming up on Wednesday. The showstopper there will be Leipzig, who aren't in the best form this season, against Eintracht Frankfurt, who are surprising many this season. That's the standout fixture from tomorrow's games.
To defend someone like Cole Palmer must be a nightmare.
I wouldn't like to defend him. I mean, back in my day, I played against some fast players, some tricky players, but he looks devastating. He can go left, he can go right, and at the moment he's on cloud nine. And the whole of Chelsea are just doing well. I mean, I know at the end of last season, Chelsea was all over the place, and everyone's moving in different directions. And just watching the game yesterday, the way They attack, press together, defend together. It looks like a whole new team, and everybody's just super confident. You can see it.
Mario, are they in the title race?
They're definitely in it. I think, it's sometimes sad to say that quickly because people are going to be, oh, you know what happened? No, but just what Zach said, everybody's running back. We're talking, give an example, one player, Madueke. Madueke came there and he had that swagger of I know I'm good and he changed his game and started changing back. What? Maresca likes him now. Brought in Neto. Neto came from Liverpool. Sancho still, I feel like I still have to see the Sanchos that we all knew before he went to Man U. So I have to see that comfortable ability to come in. But Jackson, as much as we were critical of him last season and asking for competition for him, I do have to say, when a striker misses chance and keeps on going, you really got to look at this because he is delivering. He scored a really early goal. He could have scored more. But he keeps on chipping the goals in. I think that's a very good sign. I think at the moment they are very confident and they have a lot of belief in this team. And I think that's very interesting.
Next up for Chelsea, by the way, they're away at St Mary's against Southampton in what is a full programme of midweek games that includes, what a game at the Emirates, Arsenal taking on at Manchester United. Amorim, of course, with that big victory against Everton. Arsenal looking good, of course, 5 goals in the first half against West Ham. Both teams doing well, actually. You look at United and Arsenal's record going into this. Arsenal, you feel, have turned the corner. United unbeaten in 4 matches. Overall, Stevie, it's going to be fun, isn't it?
Think so.
Do you not think so?
I think there's going to be plenty of goals.
Well, that's good. That's
plenty of chances.
What's your definition of fun?
Well, you kind of said that. You kind of said that as if it was going to be to and fro and back and forward and the whole thing.
Well, you just said there was going to be goals.
Yeah, but there's only going to be one team scoring the goals.
Really?
That's Arsenal.
You think Arsenal are going to thrash them?
Listen, Amorim said after the game at the weekend against Everton, he said, "Yeah, it's good to score. It's good to win 4-0. It's good to score goals." But basically, the truth is, the opposition weren't that great, and we weren't as good as people think we are, and that's the truth.
Yeah.
If Everton had been, if they'd not been Everton, we could have been looking at a different scoreline, because the way that United play is so open, and you really want to go against Arsenal and be that open. So that's what makes me think this is going to be. This is going to be at least 3-0 for Arsenal.
Wow.
If Man United set out and try and play open attacking football the way they've tried to, which has been good on the eye. Under Ten Hag, it was boring, let's be honest. But if you try and do that against this Arsenal team right now, with Odegaard back, this is a different ball game with Odegaard in this team.
And it's all about that 6 from Pep, of course, which he showed the crowd after he was saying you're going to get sacked in the morning. We can't handle it. The front page of one of the newspapers. Well, this is what Pep had to say after the game. He said, we don't have the pace in the middle right now, and Liverpool are stronger in the duels. We're not good in transitions over 30 to 40 metres compared to them. We had to adapt. I cannot forget which players I have. Many times we come in our prime and suffer going 1-0 or 2-0 down, but we could not compete against Liverpool, a transitional team, because they're so fast and stronger than us in those positions. Let's welcome in, shall we? Zach Knight is with us, as is Mario Malkiel. We're hearing from the boys in a moment. Pep Guardiola, Stevie, is regarded as one of the best managers, if not the best manager, in the game right now.
Yep.
Are you surprised that we haven't seen him do more to try and counteract this horrible run they're on? He's talking about all the positives from Liverpool. Right. None of that is a surprise. He knew that was coming.
Yep.
Why hasn't he addressed it?
Because I think he probably thinks that his way is the best way. And he probably thinks that his way with the players he has right now is the only way that they can maybe win again. Because otherwise it makes no sense to keep doing what you do and continue to lose. And that can only be through stubbornness. But it does come into question the fact that he said all those things. Well, guess what? He's playing Forest next. Guess what Forest are all about?
Yep.
Pace in the middle and counter-attacking you. So that would suggest that you have to change. And so you have to get numbers in the middle. If you don't have the legs, because he said you don't have the legs, then you need to flood it. And you need to put numbers in there. That means you have to go with 4, at least. So...
But you're saying at the moment he can't get out of his own way, basically.
Well, he can't. Listen, he knows that the best way to play, if he has his team, is the way they've been doing it for the last 8 seasons. This is his 9th season.
Yeah.
But now has come the time where he's got a team in front of him that can't win games doing it his way. And the only reason he won't change it is if he's stubborn. And so far, he's shown no inkling to change it whatsoever. But to what he's just said, you surely cannot go again with what you've got.
Yeah.
You surely can't, because that performance, not just from Liverpool but from City, has got "we can't keep doing this" written all over it.
Absolutely.
So, again, we're going to have to wait and see, but I will be surprised if he changes it. But
I think he'll have to try something. But to your question, Dan, I don't think he can address it. Given the personnel, and this is the thing with City and how they've kind of unravelled over recent weeks. City, in years gone by, have always had their successes in pressing high up the park, keeping the team in front of them. Now all of a sudden, teams are willing to turn them around with longer balls, play through midfield, and they simply can't cope. They don't have the legs in Gundogan and David Silva. They simply cannot keep up. And then Nunez and Rico Lewis just don't have the experience in pressing from those wide areas, or when to drop off. They're having issues in just trying to get crosses into Erling Haaland. Change that up, whether you put Grealish, whether you put Doku, it's the same old answer. And then you look at some of the more experienced and younger players who maybe could play in that midfield, who could offer legs. I look at Akanji as a possible solution, and yes, he's got Kovacic and etc. injured. Akanji drifted into midfield in the Spurs game, and in the goal that Pedro Porro scored, he runs off Akanji and leaves him for dead in 10 yards of space. So now all of a sudden, Akanji is showing that he isn't willing to do any bit of that tracking, and you just look throughout that City squad. You look through all the starting 11, what options he has, who are fit, and he can't address it. The other thing that just kind of keeps jumping out at me is with each passing week, Rodri's a better and better player.
Well, yes, Rodri's value's doubled since getting injured. Mario, what's interesting, he does have to do something different, doesn't he? He does have to try and change things, because as Stevie says, you go into Forest and play like you did, as you have over the last few games, you're going to lose another.
Yeah, of course. I think also he understands the game of the way he plays, and everybody likes the way he plays back home here in Holland. So playing against Dutch coach Slot, he should have known that tactically he's going to try to outmaster him in the sense of how he started the game. Nunes already on the left and Silva on the right. You knew he was going to go safer. Then the way when he changed later on, he put Doku on, you understand, and Grealish and Savinho. So having that setup, he knew in the middle the battle was gone because he lost the game. Then he tried to change and try to play them at the attacking side. What did Slot do? He put in Nunez and made him go up front for Liverpool. Why? Because he can create, because they were pushing Liverpool back. They were really pressing them all the way in their own box. And then Liverpool needed to get some breathing out. So the only way to do that is put someone up front, because the other three did already their job, you know, the Diaz and Gakpo and was Salah. So he now needed some surprise, and that's why he brought him on. So in a way, why I'm saying this is because he played against someone that had an answer to his tactical movements, whatever he has left. And if he sticks to the way he's doing it right now, it's going to be interesting. But Pep Guardiola is a man that likes to control the games, and now he's playing against someone that leads Liverpool now, and his objective is also controlling the games. So we played two coaches. He's a greater one because he achieved so much, but still has to understand people are trying to outmaster him, and that's what's happening now.
Zach, are you surprised that we haven't seen changes already from Pep Guardiola?
Yeah, I'm very surprised. I'm actually surprised that he hasn't put a holding midfielder in there, maybe a Kanji or Nathan Ake, because both of them have played in there. And I think obviously they're not going to do as good a job as Rodri, but they give that safety net. And they've gone in there with two technical players with no legs. Yeah, they're good on the ball, but they can't get back. So I'm surprised he hasn't tried to rectify that and put one of them two in there.
what's interesting when you take a look at the list of injuries, Rodri is obviously the big one, but it isn't a massive shopping list. There's still enough players available who've been there, done that, and been successful. This is who wasn't available for Liverpool again. Rodri, of course, Kovacic. So you've got your two holding midfielders out. Oscar Bob, looked promising, but not exactly guaranteed starter. John Stones, we know the same really about him. So this is not the end of the world for Manchester City.
It shouldn't be.
Yeah, it seems to be, which kind of leads you into, well, what have they been doing in the market over the last couple of seasons? And when they have been so good, Manchester City, the people that they've added have added something. But if you look, obviously, Savinho's had a shocker. Gundogan's old. Vardio's had a shocker as well. He came and did well last season. Nunez, the Doku, little flashes. Kovacic, of course, but another kind of older statesman coming in. They have dropped the ball a bit, haven't they, in these transfers?
And in a way that maybe you could understand. Now, years gone by, City would change the squad up to play in the cup competitions or whatever it may be, and you just think, well, this is as good a team as the team we played last week.
Yeah.
And I just feel that this transfer window, it was on an eye for the future. The signings of Savinho, of Nunez, Doku last year, not ready to be that starter, to be that difference maker right now, but you felt in a couple of years with this City squad and Pep, they would fit right in. Guardiola, who certainly had shown himself to be, you figure, one of the best defenders in world football, certainly in the World Cup in 2022, all of a sudden he's hit a period here where he can't do anything right. And then the change, spoken about Kovacic, John Stones, we saw Pep Guardiola use him as this kind of hybrid wing-back stepping into midfield, and nobody seemed to know what to do. And John Stones played that role so wonderfully well. You had other teams try to do similarly with zero effect. So now you wonder if that's the kind of switch up, for want of a better term, that Guardiola is just missing with John Stones, because nobody else can do it. And as I mentioned, I know Zat mentioned it. Akanji just has not shown a willingness just to do the graft work, just to track players, basic things like that. And you just wonder how much of that kind of mindset is about how City has always defended during those 6 title wins, where they just press people and everybody's in front of them. They hardly ever get turned, and now the teams are turning them because they can play through midfield. They just don't know how to respond.
I think we've got to realise that the situation City are in is extraordinary.
Yeah.
It's unusual. The amount of injuries that they have had and the amount of players that they've had to...
I don't know, Stevie. Real Madrid had a whole hatful of injuries last season. They won La Liga and the Champions League. Ancelotti managed to get it done. He found a way.
They have had to play players that are not fit.
Let's talk about the team that are sitting top of the table, shall we? And of course, beat City. Liverpool have exceeded all expectations so far under Arne Slot. Zach, what has impressed you the most from what we've seen Liverpool this campaign?
The way the manager's come in, and he hasn't tried to be dramatic and do everything his way. He's come in and seen that he's got a good team. He's got a team that won the title a few years ago, and he's just tweaked things, and everybody's responding well to it. And yesterday they was fantastic. That probably one of the best games I've seen Liverpool play this season, and I'm very, very impressed with them. And obviously, if they keep going the way they're going, they'll definitely win the league.
As a former defender, I've got to ask you to wax lyrical about Virgil van Dijk, I suppose, at the heart of everything that's been good about Liverpool's defence so far this season.
Yeah, no, he's been superb. I know a few years ago people were saying he was the best in the world, and I was like, I don't really see it. But the last 2 seasons, I'm seeing it, especially this season. He's like a Rolls Royce, as they call it, and I really enjoyed him. The way he carries himself, the way he plays, his attitude, his confidence, everything about him is a leader, and is rightly so the Liverpool captain, because if everybody looks up to him and give the same example, they will win the league.
Where's he from, Mario?
Oh, where I'm from? Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, I'm from Holland. Yeah, I'm Dutch. Yeah, but he is from Groningen. That's really, really up north. Okay, but anyway, I totally agree. I think he started the season off really well. And what is very important for him, I think, is, like sometimes when he plays for the national team, they want more of him. But when he plays for Liverpool, I can see him being the player that he is. Like the confidence, what Zach said, the confidence, the way he plays, the way he puts himself in the game. And I like it because you want your captain to be that. And the way he also, yesterday when you saw the way he played against Hojlund, it's also sometimes slightly different. I saw sometimes a little bit even harder in the sense of sometimes he's like what Zach said, the Rolls Royce, right? The being in control. But this time he was putting his foot in and sometimes let it be right there. And I liked it. And I think the way having a Dutch coach coming out of the German one, you think like, okay, this is maybe the way he is gonna play, but then get to a Dutch one, demands more of him, wants more leadership because that's the way they talk about it here as well. And I think he can handle anything. So at the moment now, he's having a great season. But I think if you move forward, one of the key things is really Gravenberch. I think Gravenberch is one of the key things that
Where's he from?
came in. He said this. He said this. He said this had to be his season, and he clearly kicked off well. He said this is a season. What I like about him, why I'm highlighting him, I went to go and see them during COVID, where you were not allowed to train anywhere, and I went to see, and he was being trained by his dad, and there were like a group of 5 players. And no one at Ajax was even playing, and he was secretly playing somewhere, so they invited me to come and watch. Seeing him train, and I think the dad made it really clear. He said when he goes abroad, it's not going to be easy for him. He goes to Germany, that was the best move he could have done. Why? Because he learned how to be a man. When he came to Liverpool, he was ready to attack, because if not, sitting on the bench again would not help his career. And he fought really hard and made himself ready. So he looks ready. I hope he just continues this season to play like this.
Life's good, Stevie, yeah?
Scary good. The 25 minutes that Liverpool showed in the second half against Brighton, I thought they're not going to top that, but they did in the first half. I have never seen a team, I've never seen any team dominate the opposition who was supposed to be the best as much as Liverpool dominated this game. It really is a shame that it wasn't 3-0 at half time, because that's what it deserved to be and that's what it should have been. It was complete, total, utter dominance.
Probably the biggest kind of indicator as to how good Liverpool were, and yes, the scoreline does not reflect how dominant they were. Oftentimes in years gone by, 2 teams at the top of the table play, and at the end of the game you do a best 11. You do a best 11 of this. I don't think not a single City player gets it.
On what happened yesterday at Anfield, of course, Liverpool beating the defending champions Manchester City by 2-0. And it's all about that 6 from Pep, of course, which he showed the crowd after he was saying you're going to get sacked in the morning. We can't handle it. The front page of one of the newspapers. Well, this is what Pep had to say after the game. He said, we don't have the pace in the middle right now, and Liverpool are stronger in the duels. We're not good in transitions over 30 to 40 metres compared to them. We had to adapt. I cannot forget which players I have. Many times we come in our prime and suffer going 1-0 or 2-0 down, but we could not compete against Liverpool, a transitional team, because they're so fast and stronger than us in those positions. Let's welcome in, shall we? Zach Knight is with us, as is Mario Malkiel. We're hearing from the boys in a moment. Pep Guardiola, Stevie, is regarded as one of the best managers, if not the best manager, in the game right now.
Yep.
Are you surprised that we haven't seen him do more to try and counteract this horrible run they're on? He's talking about all the positives from Liverpool. Right. None of that is a surprise. He knew that was coming.
Yep.
Why hasn't he addressed it?
Because I think he probably thinks that his way is the best way. And he probably thinks that his way with the players he has right now is the only way that they can maybe win again. Because otherwise it makes no sense to keep doing what you do and continue to lose. And that can only be through stubbornness. But it does come into question the fact that he said all those things. Well, guess what? He's playing Forest next. Guess what Forest are all about?
Yep.
Pace in the middle and counter-attacking you. So that would suggest that you have to change. And so you have to get numbers in the middle. If you don't have the legs, because he said you don't have the legs, then you need to flood it and you need to put numbers in there. That means you have to go with 4 at least. So.
But you're saying at the moment he can't get out of his own way, basically.
Well, he can't. Listen, he knows that the best way to play, if he has his team, is the way they've been doing it for the last 8 seasons. This is his 9th season.
Yeah.
But now has come the time where he's got a team in front of him that can't win games doing it his way. And the only reason he won't change it is if he's stubborn. And so far, he's shown no inkling to change it whatsoever. But to what he's just said, you surely cannot go again with what you've got.
Yeah.
You surely can't, because that performance, not just from Liverpool but from City, has got "we can't keep doing this" written all over it.
Absolutely.
So, again, we're going to have to wait and see, but I will be surprised if he changes it. But
I think he'll have to try something. But to your question, Dan, I don't think he can address it. Given the personnel, and this is the thing with City and how they've kind of unravelled over recent weeks. City, in years gone by, have always had their successes in pressing high up the park, keeping the team in front of them. Now all of a sudden, teams are willing to turn them around with longer balls, play through midfield, and they simply can't cope. They don't have the legs in Gundogan and David Silva. They simply cannot keep up. And then Nunez and Rico Lewis just don't have the experience in pressing from those wide areas, or when to drop off. They're having issues in just trying to get crosses into Erling Haaland. Change that up, whether you put Grealish, whether you put Doku, it's the same old answer. And then you look at some of the more experienced and younger players who maybe could play in that midfield, who could offer legs. I look at Akanji as a possible solution, and yes, he's got Kovacic and etc. injured. Akanji drifted into midfield in the Spurs game, and in the goal that Pedro Porro scored, he runs off Akanji and leaves him for dead in 10 yards of space. So now all of a sudden, Akanji is showing that he isn't willing to do any bit of that tracking, and you just look throughout that City squad. You look through all the starting 11, what options he has, who are fit, and he can't address it. The other thing that just kind of keeps jumping out at me is with each passing week, Rodri's a better and better player.
Well, yes, Rodri's value's doubled since getting injured. Mario, what's interesting, he does have to do something different, doesn't he? He does have to try and change things, because as Stevie says, you go into Forest and play like you did, as you have over the last few games, you're going to lose another.
Yeah, of course. I think also he understands the game of the way he plays, and everybody likes the way he plays back home here in Holland. So playing against the Dutch coach, Slot, he should have known that tactically he's going to try to outmaster him in the sense of how he started the game. Nunes already on the left and Silva on the right. You knew he was going to go safer than the way when he changed later on. He put Doku on, you understand, and Grealish and Savinho. So having that setup, he knew in the middle the battle was gone because he lost the game. Then he tried to change and try to pay them at the attacking side. What did Slot do? He put in Nunez and made him go up front for Liverpool. Why? Because he can create, because they were pushing Liverpool back. They were really pressing them all the way in their own box. And then Liverpool needed to get some breathing out. So the only way to do that is put someone up front, because the other three did already their job, you know, the Diaz and Gakpo and was Salah. So he now needed some surprise, and that's why he brought him on. So in a way, why I'm saying this is because he played against someone that had an answer to his tactical movements, whatever he has left. And if he sticks to the way he's doing it right now, it's going to be interesting. But Pep Guardiola is a man that likes to control the games, and now he's playing against someone that leads Liverpool now, and his objective is also controlling the games. So we played two coaches. He is a greater one because he achieved so much, but still has to understand people are trying to outmaster him, and that's what's happening now.
Zat, are you surprised that we haven't seen changes already from Pep Guardiola?
Yeah, I'm very surprised. I'm actually surprised that he hasn't put a holding midfielder in there, like maybe Akanji or Nathan Ake, because both of them have played in there. And I think obviously they're not going to do as good a job as Rodri, but they give that safety net. And they've gone in there with 2 technical players with no legs. Yeah, they're good on the ball, but they can't get back. So I'm surprised he hasn't tried to rectify that and put one of them 2 in there.
What's interesting when you take a look at the list of injuries, Rodri is obviously the big one, but it isn't a massive shopping list. There's still enough players available who've been there, done that, and been successful. This is who wasn't available for Liverpool game. Rodri, of course, Kovacic. So you've got your 2 holding midfielders out. Oscar Bob, looked promising, but not exactly guaranteed starter. John Stones, we know the same really about him. So this is not the end of the world for Manchester City.
It shouldn't be.
Yeah, it seems to be, which kind of leads you into, well, what have they been doing in the market over the last couple of seasons? And when they have been so good, Manchester City, the people that they've added have added something. But if you look, obviously, Savinho's had a shocker. Gundogan's old. Vardio's had a shocker as well. He came and did well last season. Nunez, the Doku little flashes. Kovacic, of course, but another kind of older statesman coming in. They have dropped the ball a bit, haven't they, in these transfers?
And in a way that maybe you could understand. Now, years gone by, City would change the squad up to play in the cup competitions or whatever it may be, and you just think, well, this is as good a team as the team they played last week.
Yeah.
And I just feel that this transfer window, it was on an eye for the future. The signings of Savinho, of Nunez, Doku last year, not ready to be that starter, to be that difference maker right now, but you felt in a couple of years with this City squad and Pep, they would fit right in. Guardiola, who certainly had shown himself to be, you figure, one of the best defenders in world football, certainly the World Cup in 2022, all of a sudden he's hit a period here where he can't do anything right. And then the change, spoken about Kovacic, John Stones, we saw Pep Guardiola use him as this kind of hybrid wing-back stepping into midfield, and nobody seemed to know what to do. And John Stones played that role so wonderfully well. You had other teams try to do similarly with zero effect. So now you wonder if that's the kind of switch up, for want of a better term, that Guardiola is just missing with John Stones, because nobody else can do it. And as I mentioned, I know Zat mentioned it. Akanji just has not shown a willingness just to do the graft work, just to track players, basic things like that. And you just wonder how much of that kind of mindset is about how City has always defended during those 6 title wins, where they just press people and everybody's in front of them. They hardly ever get turned, and now the teams are turning them because they can play through midfield. They just don't know how to respond.
I think we've got to realise that the situation City are in is extraordinary.
Yeah.
It's unusual. The amount of injuries that they have had and the amount of players that they've had to...
I know, Stevie. Real Madrid had a whole hatful of injuries last season. They won La Liga and the Champions League. Ancelotti managed to get it done. He found a way.
They have had to play players that are not fit. And we absolutely do not sit here and give them an inch. We expect them to be the City of the last 6-7 years, and certainly the last 4 that have won. And so when you're playing with players that are not fit, and clearly he brings, we can say that he brought Doku and Grealish on because he wanted to change the tactics. No, he didn't. He brought them on because he couldn't play them from the start. That's why he brought them on, because they're not fit.
Why don't you start with them then and then bring them off later? Why give Liverpool a 2-0 lead?
Well, because he's playing safe.
Yeah.
They haven't won for 6 games.
So you put your best team, you put your best team out, don't you?
You've got 2 players who are not fit. Put people on the field that are 100% fit and who can maybe keep it tight and we don't lose much. That's the way of thinking. Now, I'm with you. If it's me, I play them until they fall over and then I take them off. That's the way I would do it. That's the way you would do it. But that's not the way he wanted to do it.
I think to say this is an extraordinary circumstance is giving him a pass. It's giving Manchester City a pass.
Do you want to go through this team? Right, you've got a new goalkeeper in.
This is his choice.
No,
he chose to drop Ederson, didn't he?
The only choice he has is to change the way they play. That's the only choice he has because of what he's got available.
So him changing the goalkeeper? Is
the way they play.
I understand what you're saying, Steve.
I think they've reaped what they've said. I think they've made mistakes in the last 2 seasons, the transfer windows, and this come back and bite them in the butt now. I think that's the issue.
And again, you're saying that because you're holding them to a standard that for some they have been unbelievable for 7-8 years that they've managed to do that. Well, maybe they haven't been able to. Maybe that's
but hold on, Stevie.
You know,
I
just don't think we should sit here and absolutely annihilate them because they find themselves in a situation where he's struggling to pick a team that plays the way he wants to play. That's the bottom
because
line.
one starter is out. One starter.
Hold on, but
Stevie,
here's my thing. Here's my thing with this. While I think you're right, we are holding them to a standard that we expect of Manchester City, or have come to expect. They've also spent a lot of money in building this squad, in making sure it's deep enough to cope on multiple fronts, and you would assume to cope with injuries. So while yes, they have injuries, and he's struggling to make that fit, they have spent a lot of money, and now they find themselves in a position where some of those players who've been so reliable, Bernardo Silva, Gundogan, as we've mentioned, are aging out. At a time where some of the players that they've spent a lot of money in are still growing into those positions. So they find themselves in this weird kind of limbo where some are out, some are coming in. But that has to be down to their transfer policy. Because again, they have spent an absolute fortune.
Just to throw a little spanner in, right? Have the players that they really wanted or could have gotten been available, and are there players out there that are going to replace what they've got? We've got to remember that as well. They have been in the clouds as far as ability, the whole team, every single thing you want to look at. Are the players not around that they can go and keep the standards high?
I know that player at Chelsea's pretty good. What's his name? Cole Palmer. Where was he? Where was he before?
To that point, you spent 100 million.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you.
Hey, by the way, Cole Palmer. You think Cole Palmer would have changed this?
Well, he's guaranteed. I think that's a weird conversation to have.
Come on.
Haaland
guys, listen, guys.
Well, there you go. Cole Palmer would get the ball.
Yeah, give it to Haaland.
Give it to him. Well, we don't have it.
Shush, Mario wants to talk.
Sorry, you're wrong.
Guys, listen. You know. Look, what the guys are also highlighting. I think one of the key factors for Guardiola is that his team is built of always having the ball and being in control. Now he's going through a period where he wants to play the same game and try to dictate it, but if you see the way he's being attacked, his defensive line is every time people are running at them. Look how high his line was. You don't think Slot knew that he's going to play the high line and he's going to look for the 40 yards behind him all the time?
Hi, Joaquin Molera here, and welcome to the Athletic FC podcast. So Ruben Amorim's Manchester United have got off to a decent start. For this one, I'm joined by the Athletic's Phil Hay, plus a representative from both sides, our Manchester United writer Carl Anker, and one of our Arsenal writers, Art de Rocher. Carl, let's start with you. 2 wins and 1 draw for Ruben Amorim at Manchester United. This is actually the first time United have a better goal difference than City in 10 or more games into a Premier League season since the end of the 2012-13 campaign. What have you made of Amorim's start so far? And I know it's a small sample size so far.
The most telling thing about Ruben Amorim is he seems to understand how the Gen Z footballer thinks. He comes across as a very confident, charismatic speaker in press conferences. He's mentioned a couple of interesting things about how he looks into fitness and player care. So this doesn't sound groundbreaking, but if you're on the Man United beat, sometimes it's just nice to have a manager go, if a player plays in midweek, they're not going to train again for the next 2 days after that. So they might be slowly coming back into the lineup for the weekend game as well. He also mentioned something quite interesting the other day. Obviously, when you're a Portuguese manager, you're inevitably compared to Jose Mourinho. He said he's a bit different to Mourinho. He also said when Mourinho entered the Chelsea dressing room in 2004, he had players like Frank Lampard in there, and things are a little bit different now. I thought that was really interesting because there's an old France football interview in 2017 where Mourinho, then the United manager, said 23-year-olds of now, the modern era, are not like the 23-year-olds of the Frank Lampard era. He said he was essentially going, these darn kids can't look after themselves as well. Amorim's ability to grasp that on day one makes me think, okay, I'm not sure if you're going to win a Premier League anytime soon, but you are going to be able to get players under the age of 25 to be willing to run through brick walls for you. I think at Manchester United, that's the most important thing. He's someone that can get buy-in at a time where many United players and the fan base at large has been quite fractured.
Okay. Art, as we're comparing and contrasting both teams, as they are obviously going to be playing this week, I'm just thinking about the situation Amorim's inherited versus perhaps the situation Arteta inherited, in 2019. Any stark differences, comparisons?
I think with Arsenal at that time, they were at a point where their players were of two different profiles. And obviously the situation at Manchester United over the past, I'd probably say 7 or 8 years, is their squad's been a mixture of a lot of different managers' players. So Erik ten Hag, even going back down to Louis van Gaal, who gave Marcus Rashford his debut. And I think that was maybe a similar situation that Arsenal and Arteta had to deal with, because he had some of Wenger's players, but also he had Unai Emery's players as well. And he really worked hard to kind of flush out and clean the squad. We've spoken about that a lot. The one survivor from his start in 11 in his first game is Bukayo Saka. And I think if you're looking at Manchester United's starting 11 from Ipswich, I'm not saying that's just going to be one player, but I think you've got at least a few players there who are young enough and talented enough to maybe be those sparks that can really be almost the flag bearers for what Amorim wants from his Manchester United side.
Okay, Phil, you're looking at when Arteta took over at Manchester United. Obviously, there was Unai Emery just in between, but taking over from someone like Arsene Wenger, it is massive. You look at the stature of the club, and I wonder how Amorim wears the stature of Manchester United. I mean, time will definitely tell, but do you think Amorim is probably a little bit more equipped than perhaps when Arteta started to take on a club of this stature?
I would assume so, yes, on the basis of his record at Sporting in Portugal. And on the basis of his record there alone, you can tell that he's a really good coach. And I think United have done the right thing by doing what Liverpool did with Arne Slot, which is looking for a sensible option, but also a top-tier option that you can kind of credibly put forward as someone who has earned the stripes and deserves to coach the club. But you're not worrying so much about it being, an absolute sort of Hollywood appointment. It doesn't need to be that. And I think Carl's right. He will understand the modern player. He clearly does, because of how well it went for him in Portugal. There's a definite difference, I think, between Manchester United and Arsenal, in that, unless I was reading it wrong, I think there was that thing. I spoke on the podcast yesterday about, Klopp at Liverpool. Do you get to a point where familiarity breeds contempt? And that certainly seemed to be the case with Wenger at Arsenal towards the end. There was a groundswell for a change when Wenger left. So Arsenal, in a lot of ways, were ready for a new broom, ready for a bit of a new approach. Didn't work with Emery. But I think they realised something that United are going to have to realise as well, which is that with Arteta, they needed to stick with it. They needed to go with it, invest in it, and let it play out over a reasonable length of time. And again, that's going to have to happen with Amorim. I think the good thing for Amorim is that he's far enough on now from the retirement of Sir Alex Ferguson that he's not really in that shadow. I know it's everywhere at Manchester United, and I know that the whole sort of tapestry of their success, the back end of the 20th century, early 21st century, is covered in Ferguson. But there's been so much flux in between Ferguson retiring and Amorim arriving that I don't think that it's a distraction anymore. I don't think it's really going to put pressure on him from the outside, and I think he will have the space and the freedom to have a good run at this. I think at Old Trafford you always need good results, and he needs to be so much better than Erik ten Hag, who remains a complete mystery to me, to be quite honest. But I think it is a sensible appointment. I like what he said so far. I think him arriving and talking about how much of a shock he'd found the media commitments, landing in England, to find that the sheer number of broadcast rights holders you have that you have to speak to pre-match and post-match tells you that he would rather coach in the background than he would be front and centre. And I don't think that's a bad thing.
Yeah. Carl, very quickly, we've spoken about the shift in squad that Arteta's had to make since he took over. I'm just thinking about United, actually. I mean, defensively, for sure, I can see where tweaks will have to be made. But all round, is this a slightly better squad that Amorim has to work with than perhaps when Mikel Arteta came into Arsenal?
No.
I'm listening.
Bluntly.
Go on.
No. Arteta, in my opinion, Arteta had two strikers that gave you a boxer's chance or a puncher's chance of winning games in Lacazette and Alba. Yes, the central midfield absolutely needed work, and there were questions as to which of their defenders was actually of the requisite quality. But what I would say Arsenal's advantage was that they had fewer, to my mind, financial considerations and FFP considerations to balance with. So the ability to churn was there. I'd also say, if you're talking about the transition, how you have to change when you replace someone, going from Wenger, who had a very obvious way of playing, to Emery, who had a very obvious way of playing, to then Arteta could begin his process quicker because he was undoing the, let's say, errors of only two managers, whereas Amorim's come in, he's got to sift through whatever Erik ten Hag was trying to do. And much like Phil, I was in those press conferences and there were times where I was asking Erik ten Hag some questions and was coming away even more confused afterwards due to his explanations. He also has to go through some of the players that were there during the lockdown seasons and some of Odegaard and Saka seasons, players that, while may have been very good on Odegaard and Saka, are perhaps not the same physical capacity anymore. So, Luke Shaw, one player of the season on Odegaard and Saka, he's not now able to play Premier League minutes to the same level as then. There's also, like we say, there are players that have been there for a little bit longer. A player like Victor Lindelof, he's been there under Jose Mourinho. A player like Marcus Rashford, who was under Louis van Gaal. So it's multiple managers you have to sift through in order to build this sort of coherent squad and a mess. So I'm not saying Arteta had it easy. No manager has it easy in the Premier League. But I do think there were, in terms of the short list of things you have to sort out before you can do what you need to do, I think Arteta's list is a bit shorter than Ruben Amorim. I do think Phil's saying about outside pressure not being as high on Amorim, that does make me laugh just a little bit, because I mean, he's been in charge for 3 games, and I've already sat in a press conference as a journalist has gone, so how long do you think this is going to take? Right? We can talk about pressure from the fan base, but there is also, and I think this is every big club has their own sort of pressures, but there is a almost odd media fascination with Manchester United, where every other press conference, especially around a big game, goes, so how long do you think it's going to take for United to win a trophy? Do you remember when United were good against Arsenal? Do you remember when United were good going into the Manchester derby? Do you remember when United were good playing Liverpool? How long do you think it will take for that to happen again? Amorim's in a really interesting situation now, I think, where this Arsenal game, I think some fans are going to treat this as a free hit and say this is a bit too early to make assessments. But if a positive result, and I'm not even saying a win, occurs, oh boy.
He fits the mould of a project, though, doesn't he? I think that's the difference. If you parachute somebody like Van Halen or Mourinho, you're not pretending that that's a kind of long-term game plan at all, and you kind of expect immediate results because of who they are. I think Amorim, I mentioned earlier, reminds me a lot of Slot at Liverpool, in that it makes it a bit easier, I think, to think of it transitionally and to think of this as being a play that you've got to let, sort of self out, act by act. To say, is it a bit too soon for Arsenal away? I mean, it absolutely is. He's hardly been in the door for a month. It's not a game I'd expect them to get anything from, to be quite honest. But I think if you give it 6 months and they play again, then the attitude would probably be different.
Yeah. Just on the timing and I guess patience, I think with Arteta the big thing was his personality was a lot different to that of Emery's, and I think what Carl mentioned at the top of the podcast in terms of Amorim's observations and his way of voicing those in press conferences is probably a very good sign, because from, I think, minute 1, you could tell Mikel Arteta wasn't there just to be a head coach. And we've spoken again at length about how his role changed from head coach to manager within 8 months of taking the job. So I think to be in that position and almost be a vehicle of change, you need to have a big personality. And it seems like Amorim is a different type of personality, but still a pretty big one, which should help.
Right, Carl, let's talk about this Manchester United squad right now. It's only been a few games for sure, but in terms of Amorim's influence, you've spoken about his understanding of Gen Z players. Any more that you've seen so far in terms of how he's slowly influencing the way this team is playing?
Well, the big headline that a lot of United fans are focusing on is the fact that Amorim likes a 3-4-3. He's managed more than 225 games at Sporting. And I'd want to say basically a handful of them didn't use a 3-4-3 or 3-4-2-1. There have been questions, including from me, about the difference between a wing-back and a full-back. And Amorim at this point has said, please don't get too bogged down on the formations, which is a bit similar to what several other managers say in the Premier League of, the starting formation is just a starting formation. Things change during build-up and when you're in possession and out of possession and whatnot. And Amorim said the most important thing is the idea and the idea of what they're trying to play. The idea so far seems to be Amad Diallo is one of the greatest football players of all time.
I mean, you've been backing him for a while. It's finally come good, right?
I have. The young Ivorian's been playing at right wing back, and he has been quite impressive. He's not the biggest football player, which I think has made some managers in the past reluctant to use him, but he's got a very, very good left foot. He's very good at dribbling, very clever in tight spaces. There have been 2 or 3 times in United games where I think he's taken some of his teammates by surprise, because it looks like he's run down a corridor and he's about to lose the ball, but managed to wriggle away and then get a pass away, and the player sort of thought, oh, wasn't expecting that. Ruud van Nistelrooy seemed to enjoy Amad during his interim stint there. And also there's been 2 or 3 instances where United players very clearly are drawn to Amad when Amad is in possession. I've seen Bruno Fernandes get onto the ball and sort of put his head up and look left and right and go, where is he? Where can I get the ball to him? And in the the most recent win against Everton, after the 3rd goal where Amad teed up Marcus Rashford, there was a second where Amad got onto the ball again down the right hand side, and I saw Marcus sprint top speed to try and offer an overlapping run, only just as he was approaching Amad just offered his hand like, just wait, slow down, you'll get yours as well, which I think is interesting. It's an interesting thing right now. This is a team that I want to say the majority of this calendar year, it was quite hard to figure out what Erik ten Hag was trying to do. This was a team that was trying to press really, really high up, but the back line was quite deep, which created this very large gap in midfield. That gap got away to being plugged under Van Nistelrooy, and now Amorim has come with his own version of how he wants to fix things. This use of 2 dual 10s behind the centre forward is also quite interesting. And yes, this is all early. This is all a work in progress. This United team is not at the level of Amorim's Sporting team, the one that beat Manchester City 4-1 in the Champions League, let alone the team at the top of the Premier League summit at this point in time. But there are signs that something is coming along, and there are signs that 2 or 3 players, most notably Amad, are beginning to enjoy this.
Yeah, very quickly on that, Marcus Rashford, Xerxes to a certain degree. Should United fans, with a caveat that there's a new coach bounce, and with a caveat that it's still a small sample size, be excited to see a connection of ideas and an implementation of that on the pitch?
I think the interesting thing was Xerxes had a difficult start to the season, scores in the opening weekend against Fulham, and then doesn't score again until Everton, and he looked out of sorts. We knew that Xerxes is not a penalty box operator in the same way that, say, a player like Diogo Jota is, or in the same way that, say, Kai Havertz can be. But the idea, or it seemed like Xerxes was going to offer link-up play. He was going to be the sort of player who could drop deep, collect long passes, and then play in the inverted forwards on Erik ten Hag. That didn't come to pass. He looked a little laconic to the point of being horizontal, and the way he passed just wasn't quite at it. Whereas what seems to have happened on Amorim is that in playing in this 3-4-3 with those 2 players closer to him, he doesn't have to hold the ball up for that extra fraction of a second. He can get the ball away quicker. So that's been interesting. Rashford's experimentation on Amorim's been interesting. First used as a number 9, now used as a number 10. I think his implementation will change depending on the personnel. It seems like Amorim, he just had a comment about how Rashford's position in centre forward wasn't great because he had to duel with two large giants. And I think it's also important when we talk about Amorim. Amorim keeps talking about physicality. He keeps saying Manchester United need to be more physical. But he also describes it as a loop. So the team has to be very physical out of possession because the team right now isn't quite precise in possession. And if they can get better at using the ball when they win the ball, they don't have to be so aggressive in their counter-pressing and pressing, which, again, things that shouldn't be revelatory. But so often at a club the size of Manchester United, actually explaining how the team works can get forgotten about. So that is interesting. I'm talking to you right now, having rewatched Arsenal's first half against West Ham, and I am absolutely terrified of Gabriel on set pieces. Absolutely terrified.
Zirkzee really interesting though, because in the Athletics deal sheet last week, the big breakdown of who might do what in 2025 in the transfer market, there was a little reference to Zirkzee which said that there have been conversations at United about the possibility that they might cash out on him after a year. So already doubting whether that's been good for them and having buyer's remorse. It has to be said, not for the first time or even the second with players who they've signed. I suspect he's probably got a bit of time on his side, and Amorim will give him the chance to show what he's about and give him a chance to blossom a little bit more. But that probably underlines the fact that it's going to go badly wrong for Amorim unless the recruitment improves drastically at Old Trafford. And if it does, then I think he'll do a really good job there. If he doesn't, then he'll go the way of all things.
I think what's also interesting is to go back to Art's point. Amorim right now is the head coach, but in his first press conference he used the word manager 2 or 3 times. So I'm going, okay, so you're the first head coach in Manchester United history, really, not to get the managerial term, but he sounds as if he might get the manager term eventually if things go well. In terms of recruitment, one thing also that was quite interesting is obviously Amorim has been repeatedly asked about United's goal scoring or lack thereof this season, which Amorim in one press conference when essentially, and I'm paraphrasing here, essentially went, you want me to say I want Gyökeres, but I'm not going to say that. He said we need to improve as a team. He said, we need to improve as a team. I think Bruno Fernandes can score more goals. I think Ahmad can score more goals. I think other players can score more goals. And I think, crucially, one player who I think gets overlooked as to how good he is and how good he can be is Rasmus Hojlund. I think he was misused and misprofiled for the majority of his first season. He was sort of used as this sort of Olivier Giroud style target man, whereas to my eye, he is a very Ollie Watkins style channel runner. And if he gets a good run of games, which may go up and down based on rotation, I think you could see a quality 15 Premier League goal a season striker there.
Okay, Carl, I know you've got to go. Thank you for your time. Really good analysis, actually. I really enjoyed that. Thanks, brother.
Thank you. I'll see you in January,
Carl talks about being very worried about Gabriel. Arsenal look like, a team that things look to be clicking at this moment in time. Let's bring this back to Manchester United for that reason. Mm-hmm. Do you think this 3-4-3 system, there are other spaces for Arsenal to exploit within this?
Well, the obvious one is the right-hand side for Arsenal. So with Odegaard back, I'm sure we'll touch on it a bit more. The relationship he has with Saka and the pockets they can get into if Manchester United's left wing back is a bit too high, or if their left-sided centre back is not wide enough. I think it would be quite interesting to see how those players combine in those moments. But then if you look at the 3-4-3 in general, Arsenal have come up against that with Amorim when they played Sporting in the Europa League a couple of seasons ago, and they didn't win either game. They actually got knocked out over 2 legs. So I don't think it's going to be an easy situation for Arsenal, even though maybe there will be a few more spaces that don't kind of pop up naturally in games where they play against a back four.
Yeah, Phil, just very quickly before we move on to Arsenal. Communication of ideas is really interesting. I think we've touched on it with Amorim. Is it quite impressive and also comforting as well, potentially for Man United fans, that you've got someone that's like, this is where I see it going wrong, this is what I want to fix, and obviously it will take time to do that, but he's been very vocal about it, which I think is really, really refreshing.
I think the reassurance more comes from what he's done in Portugal with Sporting, and again that kind of links back to my confusion about Ten Hag, because I like Ten Hag's team at Ajax, and it gave you the impression of somebody who was pretty tactically savvy and knew how to build a very, very strong Champions League team, certainly in that season where they went closest, without the depth of resource that you had elsewhere. And when you saw who was pinching which players from Ajax, you realised how highly rated they were elsewhere, and the sort of scale of the development that had been done with them. And then came to Old Trafford, where he just looked perennially out of his depth, and it kind of no idea of how to fix things that were going wrong, or to rectify the ways in which they were falling short. But Amorim again comes with a really good record from Sporting, and I think has reached the point where he needs this test and this challenge. You would hope that he can see what the problems are, and you would hope that he would have fixes up his sleeve. I don't think it's the done thing for many coaches to come in and say, look, I really don't have a clue about this, and we'll just have to see what goes on. It's proper.
Here's
it's
a couple
proper
of million
proof.
quid. You know what you're doing.
It's proper proof of the pudding. You know, in the same way that in the summer people are talking about Xerxes' potential and what made him a great youngster and why he developed. But then you get to December and we're writing about the possibility that it will be a year for him at Old Trafford and no more than that. Let's say, for what it's worth, I think Xerxes might get a longer run. But he just seems very sort of level-headed, Amorim, and I think the drum that he has to bang constantly is that this does have to be a project. Managers these days always want projects. When they go to a club, that's what they're looking for. They're not really looking for a quick hit somewhere and then move on. Certainly not at the very top level. And it is going to require that, and it is going to take that. And I get that over at Liverpool, you've got this kind of unexpected title challenge developing quicker than anybody else expected. But I don't honestly believe that Slot going in there would have thought that this was how the table was going to look. I think he would have felt like a steady season in which he ticked a lot of boxes and kept people happy would have been, the right sort of start for him. I still feel with Amorim that in order to make any proper judgment of him, he's going to have to go through first January, in which there might not be a lot of recruitment at Old Trafford anyway, but then the summer in which there needs to be plenty, and there needs to be plenty that works, and then see how it's shaping up next season. I think these, even though it might not be the way it's been at Old Trafford in eras gone by, this might need to be a period where he beds in, works out exactly what he's got, and then goes from June onwards.
So what about Arsenal? A few weeks ago, this might have been a bit of a tricky fixture for them, but it feels like they've kind of got their groove back. James McNicholas wrote on The Athletic off the back of the win at West Ham at the weekend that they have got their groove back. So let's see, they've won 3 on a spin across all competitions. What has been the reason for this upturn? Is it as easy as saying Martin Odegaard's back? All the problems are solved at Arsenal?
It could be that easy, but I don't think we'll take that route fully. On Odegaard, I think what you see is he's someone who's the glue, basically. In possession, he does so much. I think that link up we spoke about in terms of him and Saka earlier, it's so natural, and you saw in the Nottingham Forest game, he does things off the cuff that are pleasing to the eye, that aren't as predictable as Arsenal were in the first, say, between September and November when he was injured. And that just helps open teams up. But then aside from that, Leandro Trossard's actually got into a bit more form. He had a dip, I'd say, late November, but off the bench against Sporting in the week, and then from the start against West Ham, he looked a lot better. In that West Ham game, you actually, I think, saw a lot of themes from Arsenal's 6-0 win against West Ham last season. So Gabriel scoring again from a corner. I was actually on holiday last week, and we were watching the game in Germany at a pub, and once Arsenal got that corner, you could see Gabriel just waiting, and we kind of all knew it was
inevitable, right?
what was going to happen. And I think with those set piece routines, Arsenal have actually been a bit different in how they approach them. Last year was obviously Ben White around the goalkeeper, but they've had to change because of the rules, and I think they found a real groove with that. And then aside from that, I just think the confidence of being able to play a bit more freely is something that they're really benefiting from. And just the last word on Odegaard, out of possession, I think you see how hard he works and how he is able to bring the team a lot higher up the pitch, and naturally that makes Arsenal a lot more dominant as well.
What do you think has changed though? What has gone on in the background? Do we know? Because, this time last season we were talking about that wonderful trip to Dubai. That's obviously not happened because people have been on international duty, but the team pre-international duty versus the team after it, almost polar opposites in a weird way.
Yeah, Mikel Arteta before the break did joke about having to maybe do something. He said maybe sending them to Las Vegas for a couple of days.
Not Vegas, man, please.
I'm sure they didn't actually do that. But I think the kind of change would have been in maybe the time players like Saka maybe got not going away to England. Obviously, Declan Rice was actually injured and didn't go to England as well. So I think they may have had more time with Odegaard too, who didn't go with Norway, to maybe just have conversations that they didn't have time to when it was a game every 3 days. So that's probably one thing. But then also, I do feel like there was a little bit of a change in that Chelsea game where you could see they changed the shape a little bit from the 4-4-2 that got stale and they went back to a 3 in midfield, which looked a lot more natural. So I think now, almost similar to the Dubai trip, they had a little bit of time that wasn't afforded to them beforehand, where they could almost hit the reset button. And thankfully, from an Arsenal perspective, they've actually benefited from that.
Yeah, Phil, we talk about Odegaard, but you cannot forget the impact Bukayo Saka is making this season, and he's been growing quite comfortably as a player over the last few years. 10 assists in Arsenal's 13 Premier League games this season, and only Cesc Fabregas, Mesut Ozil and Harry Kane have reached 10 assists in fewer of a team's games from the start of the season in the competition. Now, he's gone another level this season, hasn't he? There's a sense of maturity there, not just in his link-up play, but I don't know how players just don't seem to be able to stop him scoring that very similar goal he scores. He just peels off, pings it in on his left foot.
Well, he's the finesse, isn't he? Him and Odegaard. I mean, Arsenal are quite a functional team, and I don't mean that as an insult. They're really impressively functional, but they're not uberly ambitious in the way they play under Arteta. They don't take massive risks, and I wouldn't say that Arteta's football is particularly reinventing the wheel, but once you put Odegaard and Saka into that team, it does look like a completely different side, in the sense that you can see the threat all the time, and you know that you have players who will score goals but will also create, which is crucial for them. I mean, it's not only an open play from Saka. I remember a few months ago I was talking about Arsenal's set pieces, and I was asking Nedum Neuer about, how much difference does it make? Okay, you've got a set piece coach, which Arsenal do, and clearly a very savvy one, and a guy with lots of ideas. But how much does it all rest on having Gabriel, for example, who is just the best header of the ball in an attacking sense anywhere at the moment, and Saka, who seems to be able to place these deliveries on the same 9-inch spot time and time again, which are almost impossible to defend because of the whip on them and where they're being positioned, and very easy to score because you have people like Gabriel who are basically just there to eat them up. So it can't be a coincidence that Odegaard returning has given Arsenal a little bit more spark. But at the same time, I do feel like Arsenal were causing some of their own problems, particularly the red cards in games that I suspect they would otherwise have won had they not had players sent off. And yes, they were pretty flat against Newcastle, but even Liverpool, it was points dropped against a really good team who are top of the division. Chelsea are proving to be a decent side. And I think, again, to go back to deal sheet, it was kind of referencing the fact that Chelsea don't intend to do very much in January. And I think after, kind of constantly twisting in the transfer market, Chelsea are at the point now where they're thinking, do you know what, let's let this ride, because actually this looks pretty good, and maybe we've fallen on something between Maresca and the squad that's going to work. So I don't think a draw against them was a bad result, and I think you could fairly say that were it not for the fact that Liverpool are having this spectacular run of form and the finest start they've ever seen under a manager, so good on the slot, table would be a bit more forgiving for Arsenal, and I don't think it would. I don't think people would reflect on their start to the season quite as they have. I think whereas there is clearly a crisis going on at Manchester City, I think Arsenal are okay. They just find themselves, away adrift of a side who can't stop winning games.
Yeah, very quickly on this, I'm just thinking about... Actually, I've got two questions for you. I'll start with the first one. Should Arsenal fans still be wary of the fact that sometimes Arsenal do go ahead and they do end up conceding? West Ham, I know, obviously Arsenal ended up winning that emphatically, but there was a point in which it was a bit touch and go, and the team then puts itself under pressure that it doesn't need to because it's doing so well comfortably.
Yeah, I do feel that's a point that I am definitely wary of, because it's a theme that's cropped up not just this year, but last year as well, and the year before that even. So it does seem like there are games where Arsenal should be comfortable and they end up shooting themselves in the foot. So I feel like going into this game, what makes me feel a bit more optimistic is that they do seem to smell blood a lot faster and a lot better in this little spell of games. It seems like they're really almost wired in on what they have to do. And of course the goals they conceded against West Ham, you could say they were needless, but they were already in a position where they were at arm's length anyway. So I think going into Manchester United, they tend to do well against them at the Emirates. It's almost like a reverse of each other. Arsenal didn't win there for 4 years before they beat them at Old Trafford in May. But at the Emirates, they tend to do all right against Manchester United.
And very quickly on that, in the positive, if we're going on that, is that, where will Arsenal be a danger against Manchester United? We've talked about set pieces, but you can't ignore what's going on that right side with Saka and Odegaard, but also even the likes of Trossard, Martinelli as well, linking up to that, and dare I say, Kai Havertz popping up out of nowhere with a cheeky little tap in.
Yeah, what's really encouraged me about Havertz in the last few games is his, I guess, movement to get into, say, the 6-yard box against Sporting. He was there if Saka picked him out instead of Trossard against West Ham. He was making that run into the 6-yard box again. So that's been really encouraging. But on Saka, I think this year, throughout his career, he's always had a self-belief and no fear about him in the way he plays. But I think this year he's really added a football arrogance that's been pleasing to see. I think the first day of the season he scores and he does this little shrug celebration. That's kind of almost developed into what would you call it? Almost like a stop talking
arrogance. A kind of like, I've still got it. Don't underwrite me. I got you.
A stop talking.
It's a swagger, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's got a lovely swagger, but it's quite endearing. I don't see a whole lot of arrogance in Saka, or not in a negative sense. I think it really positive influence. And you remember us talking about Reece James, captain in Chelsea, and how that's a tough role for him. I think Saka almost seems like he's more tailor-made for that kind of role, and seems to be what he's taking on. I sort of feel with the game against United that if Arteta's got anything about him, and he does clearly, he'll be talking a lot about Arsenal avoiding getting countered by Manchester United. We haven't got a whole lot to judge Amorim on so far, and I don't feel like we can yet draw much in the way of kind of real conclusions. But there's been quite a bit going on out wide for his team so far, particularly on Ahmed's side of the field. And I think although Arteta will want to dominate at the Emirates, from a defensive point of view, that's what he'll be looking at.
Yeah, I must say also Amorim's played Arteta before, so he knows what he's facing. And very quickly, Phil, you sort of touched on it in terms of the title race early, in terms of how well Liverpool are doing. We spoke about City yesterday, sort of feeling like it might not be theirs this season. Is it too far gone for Arsenal as well in that respect? And I know we're seeing a team gallop forward with a better form, but is the point difference just a bit too much?
It's going to depend. We were chatting before we recorded yesterday about whether we see Arsenal being 10 points better than Liverpool over what's left of the season, and that seems like a fair ask, unless Liverpool are going to have a wobble, and I think that is something that Arsenal are going to have to rely on. I don't think Arsenal will fall much further back from here, and I think they obviously will have the chance to take points from Liverpool head to head at Anfield. The problem for them most likely is that looking at the way Liverpool are playing on the slot, and if this is a sign of how consistent they're going to be through the season, Liverpool will pick up a lot of good results against 75-80% of the division, which makes them really, really difficult to catch. 9 points is not insurmountable at all, and there was a piece on our website on Monday, which was or over the weekend, I think, which was going over the previous deficits that have been clawed back, and there've been bigger gaps than that. But it is a fair old lead, and I think Arteta would want to be closer than this before he started shouting the odds.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for score predictions in just a second because Carl's managed to run away quite early. But is the point gap too much, or should Arsenal fans have faith in this team to just keep going? Because if you think about it, it has to be 100% from this point onward to the end of the season, and we've got December on its way.
No, I don't think the point gap is too much. When you look at Arsenal in recent seasons, the first year they went on a title challenge with Manchester City, there was a point where they were 8 points in front and they still got clawed back. I know it was Manchester City doing the chasing, so it was very different. But there's an example in recent history where a team has been very far, or seemed very far in front and not got over the line. So yeah, in my opinion, it's still all to play for. And I think that's something that Mikel Arteta will believe. And when you look at Liverpool, as Phil said earlier, they wouldn't have expected to be in this situation at this point in the season. Arsenal didn't when they had their first title run. So it'd be interesting to see how they deal with December, January as well, because in that period, Arsenal only leave London once, and that's to go to Brighton, whereas Liverpool have a lot of away games. I think they still have to go to Newcastle, a few more trips to London as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that aspect of the game may impact both teams.
Okay, very quickly, Phil, as the neutral in this conversation, what do you reckon score's going to be at the Emirates? Arsenal versus Manchester United on Wednesday.
I think it'll be Arsenal by a couple of goals. Don't forget that Arteta will know that they absolutely have to win this game, and I think they'll play with that in mind.
Art?
3-1 Arsenal.
I'm not going to give my prediction. I don't want to curse it. Just leave it at that. Art, I know you've got to head off. Thank you so much for your time, bro. All right, before we go, Phil, let's take a look at a couple of the other big games in the Premier League this week. You know, the standout fixture, Newcastle versus Liverpool. You know, we spoke last week with James Pearce and Simon Hughes about 4 huge fixtures for Liverpool. Well, they've already beaten Real Madrid and Manchester City. So a trip to St James's Park, considering where Newcastle are at right now, should be a walk in the park, right?
You would think so. And I expect they'll have the beating of Newcastle, who do feel really flat and kind of stale this season. I think if ever a squad was needing an injection of something, it's definitely the one at St James's Park at the moment. I mean, everything at Liverpool, aside from talk of the title, seems to be about Mo Salah at the moment. And I thought it was fascinating, actually, the story that popped up yesterday about the fact that Salah is frustrated about what's going on with his contract, which I think we could all deduce from him appearing from nowhere to kind of say to people, look, I'm more out than in. I think that was very much him kind of trying to say to people, I want to stay, but there's nothing doing here. But also that he would take a 1-year extension, which doesn't strike you as a massive commitment from Liverpool's point of view, and seems like a total no-brainer given that the form that Salah's in. It's not like you're talking about having to commit to him to the point of him being 34, 35, 36, where he might feasibly have gone over the hill. You're talking about another 12 months when he's looking as fresh and as good as he is at the moment. So I'm quite a little bit difficult to know what Liverpool are thinking about this and why they're letting it play out in this way. And I think the consequence of it is that Arne Slot has been asked again and again and again about it, every press conference, especially because Salah is scoring so much, what's happening with him. And you might have seen his press conference this morning where he kind of got sucked into joking about, when Salah said over the weekend, this might be my last game against City, Slot said, that he was just joking because he thinks that the 115 financial charges, or however many it is in reality, are going to get Manchester City relegated. And Slot's PR to this point has been really good. It's been like exemplary. He's carried himself so well. And you could tell that as soon as he said that, he regretted making that joke. And he said at the end, this is just a joke, to repeat, I'm just having a bit of a laugh here. But he'll look back at that this afternoon, I'm sure, and think, I shouldn't have said that. It was not really very helpful. It's not really particularly diplomatic either. But that's what happens when you get stuck in these conversations. And it does seem to me with Salah that it would be a good idea to sort this out ASAP. And from what Salah's saying, from what we're hearing from his side of things, it shouldn't be that complicated to do.
Right, let's move on to Newcastle at the moment. And I did say their form in this moment in time isn't that great. And also, I guess, an underwhelming campaign so far. There were some interesting remarks from Eddie Howe this morning after 2 windows without strengthening the team. He says the same squad can produce a staleness, a negative product. I think we're aware of that. He went on to say freshness is important, but January will be about what we're able to do rather than want. I mean, are we seeing a stale team that don't seem to be scoring defensively? They're fine, but attacking-wise, it doesn't seem to be any va-va-voom there at this moment in time, Phil.
No, not in comparison to other teams who've moved quite a distance ahead of them. I thought Newcastle would have a fair shout at 4th place. I didn't think they were in any way nailed on for it, and I thought there were others who would go as close. But Chelsea, for example, have stepped forward in quite an impressive way and left Newcastle behind them. And it feels as if what Howe's saying about the transfer market, we've heard from him quite a lot over the past couple of years. And I think the big problem with Newcastle is that because it was Saudi Arabian investment and because it was kind of touted and portrayed as a kind of club-changing ownership shift, to whether you like them or not, to a group who had funding and had deep pockets, and we're going to convert Newcastle, ideally from their point of view, from kind of mid to upper table side to a side who could actually properly compete with teams right at the top of it. And it hasn't happened, and more to the point, over the past 12 months, they've started to look like they're going backwards. And I'm not sure, I think Howe is right. I'm not sure there's enough there and enough there that's new or fresh for him to drastically change this. January is not a good market. Most Premier League clubs don't like to be more active than they have to be. It doesn't tend to be a time when you pick up bargains or pick up the players that you really want. And I think, again, our kind of deal sheet coverage, going through the radar we did this morning of the 25 sort of hottest properties or players most likely to move in Europe, very few of them I see moving outside the summer transfer window. They're too good, too good and too valuable to be allowed to just pack up and go halfway through a season. So it's going to be next summer for Newcastle, you would think, when they can really do something about this. And I still feel like there's that question mark about how much money they're actually going to be able to spend, or how much they're going to be willing to spend. And it feels like on Tyneside at the moment, there's just that little bit of confusion about where this is going versus where it was supposed to be going when the takeover first happened.
Yeah, I guess, with PSR involved and all that kind of stuff, it changes things for Newcastle. But it's so interesting, the contrasting feelings we now have for Newcastle, considering when they had the takeover, and that sense of optimism versus now a sense of pragmatism. And no one was expecting this, Phil.
No, and the problem is that people say this a lot in football, that if you don't move forward, you tend to move backwards. There isn't really such a thing as standing still. And for all that there was the criticism of Chelsea's recruitment, as an example, I think people did feel that they were targeting some very good footballers. People like Enzo Fernandez and Cole Palmer and Nicholas Jackson and others. There was plenty of talent there. What wasn't that obvious prior to this season starting and Maresca coming in was how it was all supposed to knit together and what the bigger picture was going to look like. Were they going to get a couple of years down the line and find that they had the best Premier League squad and had done exactly what they were aiming to do? Or was it just going to end up again like a dressing room of expensive misfits? And I think if I was Chelsea at the moment, I'd be pretty happy now about the road that they're on. For Newcastle, not so much. And I think they do, they look to me more like a club who are likely to have the better players pinched than to add to them. Anthony Gordon and Isak. I generally wonder with Alexander Isak, he would fit nicely at Arsenal. Whether or not as time goes on, that one is going to start to bubble and start to brew, because how do you keep somebody like him content if you are off the pace? It becomes harder and harder as time goes by. And I just think this, going back to the summer as well, there's just been an edge of frustration in the things that House says and his tone. He seems, I don't know about demoralised, but I think he himself seems pretty flat about all this at the moment.
Okay, well, let's move on to Everton versus Wolves. One final match to discuss. Everton against Wolves at Goodison Park on Wednesday. 2 of Everton's last 3 home Premier League matches have ended goalless, as many as in their previous 54 combined at Goodison Park. They're currently 15th, while their opponents are also in the relegation zone. Neither of these teams are coming into this game in good form at all. I took a peek at Wolves Bournemouth, and it looked really optimistic, and it just dismantled so quickly. Similar to Everton versus Manchester United. Everton 15th with 11 points. Wolves 18th with 9 points. I can't expect fireworks from this, or maybe we might be completely wrong.
Don't you think there's a hell of a lot of jeopardy around this?
True.
I mean, there is going to be hell to pay for whoever loses this, because it's that sort of game where you're almost being benchmarked against one of the worst sides in the division. And I get the Wolves have had a little upturn, but nothing kind of says, fractious atmosphere than your own goalkeeper trying to get into the home end to argue with supporters at half time, which was what was going on with Jose Sa on Saturday. And I was writing this in Monday's newsletter and saying that the more I look at Wolves, the more you sort of think if you offered them survival in the end of the season tomorrow, they would be all over you and would say yes please, because this just is not going well and we haven't got started and we don't particularly look like getting started. Everton, very un-Sean Dyche-like against Manchester United in the sense of just kind of folding completely and really tamely, although from time to time it kind of does happen, and they're just stuck in that cycle with Dyche. It's not going to do him any good at all if they lose to Wolves. So although this is kind of, I guess, towards the bottom of the bill of Premier League fixtures, it's actually one of the more interesting ones, because you kind of wonder what the consequences will be if one or other team has a particularly bad night.
Yeah, for sure. All right, man. Let's leave it there. Lots to look forward to this week on the Premier League. Huge thanks to Carl earlier, Art, and also Phil as well. Thank you so much for listening. And we'll be back tomorrow with a look ahead to the January transfer window with none other than David Ornstein. We'll see you then. If you want to watch more episodes of the show, please subscribe to the channel. We'll be joined by the likes of David Ornstein, Matt Slater, Adam Crafton, Carl Anker, and plenty more through the season. If you'd like to listen to the episodes in full in audio form, search The Athletic FC wherever you get your podcasts from.
We should probably talk about Manchester City this season. Yes, the worst in many aspects under Guardiola. Points, losses, goals allowed, 19 conceded so far. Second worst exactly, if it's not the worst. It's not a good time this season for them so far. It didn't seem to be looking any better at the weekend either. Nadem, what's going on?
Kay, you sounded like you enjoyed that just a little bit too much. You made me feel so uncomfortable. What I would say, obviously, this is, it's an historically bad run. And funniest still is the last time they lost 4 Premier League games in a row, I was playing for them. So I guess I'm as good as all these players themselves, There's no difference between us all. But I think there are certain elements to the games that they play where you do maybe see them play well, but then there are so many mistakes which lead to so many big chances. The amount of goals that are conceded at the moment is certainly alarming. The amount of big chances given up is certainly alarming as well. And I think for them, I believe they're almost trying to draw a line under it, because the run that they had, you could almost see that Liverpool game and say, this is going to be like 4, 5, 6. No, and it could have been potentially, it could have been. But then there were spells in the second half, I thought, on the weekend where I think the manager will probably feel more encouraged. Even though they ended up losing, Salah misses that chance. There was a certain spark that hadn't been there for a little while. The individual errors, I believe they can stop. But in terms of players being back healthy, players being back into form, I think that stuff will come. Like I would not be surprised if they won comfortably tomorrow against Nottingham Forest, as wild as that may sound. But in reality, the spell that they've been on has been as bad as we've seen, as bad as Guardiola's ever felt, and as bad as most of these players have ever been through as well. And, for them, they just got to keep on trying to find a way to play, try and find some form. I personally think the league is probably too far away from them right now. But I think good form and good football heading into these next months is going to help them in the Champions League, is going to help them in the FA Cup. It's going to help them have a good second half to the season, which is going to be needed because it seems very competitive up in that top 4.
There's work to do, LA.
I gotta be honest with you. Those moments that Nadem is talking about in which Guardiola could be encouraged because of what he saw in the second half, I didn't see those moments. And if they were there, you have to look really, really, really hard. The best result, the very best result that Manchester City could have gotten against Liverpool this past weekend was a 2-0 defeat. That's the best that they could have hoped for, to be honest with you. Because having seen the game, the chances, the domination of Liverpool over Manchester City, if we didn't know that it was Manchester City, if we didn't know that it was Pep Guardiola, if we didn't know their history, you would have thought that Liverpool was playing at Anfield against a mid-table to lower table sort of team. That's the level of play that we saw from Manchester City and that we have been seeing for a while now. Honestly, I think I would not have been surprised at all having seen the performance if the match had been easily, conservatively 5-0. That's how much better Liverpool was than Manchester City. At this point, Manchester City, where they're playing and how they're playing, they do not belong in the same category with the elite teams in the Premier League. They may in the future. It may get better, but there are a lot of things that need to change. And the first thing that needs to change is you got to start seeing some leadership on the field. A lot of blank stares, a lot of people looking around. At some point, somebody has to be able to bring the team together. Man, if we can't have the ball, let's at least defend together. And
all right. Anybody home? Too loud, too soft. Who is ready for the game? Are you guys ready to rumble? Battle in the jungle. Okay, battle in the jungle, people. Sounds. Give me some feedback, see if you can hear me and you can see me. We have the lineup coming up in a few minutes from now. So, hello everybody. Get around, tell a friend to tell a friend because good things are going to happen. Excuse me. Going to happen. Some water, I need to drink. Yeah, some water needed. We have the lineup coming up very, very soon. Oh, it's already there somewhere. Let me double check. Let me just double checking. How everybody is feeling. Interact, yes. Then you bring it here. You scroll it up and down. This is it. Good. Let's go to Chelsea. Probably they already posted the lineup. Kinsella said that it's gonna be in 10 minutes. Oh. So might be already there. 10 minutes is already. There we go. Oh, 7 minutes already. Joao Felix, Malo Gusto, Disasi, Tosin, Kukurea, Caicedo, Enzo, Madueke, Palma, Felix, Nkunku. Wow, completely different kind of stuff. On the bench, Sanchez, Colwill, Badiashile, Vega, Lavia, Dewsbury Hall, Sancho, Neto, and Nicholas Jackson. A lot of changes, but I didn't think that Enzo and Caicedo were going to start, to be honest with you. I thought they were going to be rested for the game on Sunday, right? Against Tottenham Hotspurs. It's going to be on Sunday. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let's call it this weekend. Against Tottenham Hotspurs. But, oh my goodness, this is interesting. Felix playing together with Cole Palmer. Nkunku in front. So we're playing like double 8. Okay. I don't know what we're gonna try to do here, but you don't doubt somebody. You don't doubt somebody like Maresca anymore because he knows what he's doing and he always comes up with a plan Maybe this is a time for him to experiment new combinations. People have been saying, talking about Felix to play with Palmer. So let's wait and see. They played one time, was good. This is the second time. So they can still play together. So it's up to you, Felix, today to do your thing. Do your thing. I predicted 3-1, but I think Chelsea could score 4, 5, 6, double digit. I don't care. Just score goals. Know what I mean? Score goals. We want to see a heavy score. So thank you, everybody. If you are in the building, God bless you. You can comment or you can come here and join us. And we're going to have a lot of fun. Oh, wow. So, let me repeat the lineup. Jorgensen, which is good. Yeah, I predicted Jorgensen to be in goal today. The problem with Jorgensen is we haven't seen him play with our so-called best defenders, right? We haven't seen him play like with Colwill and Fofana, so that is not fair to judge him when you have somebody like Disasi, Tosin, or even Badiashile. So to judge him, you play the so-called A-team, and then you can judge Jorgensen. But I know that today he's going to have a great game. Tosin Kukurea. Why Kukurea and why not Vega? I don't know. We have to save some players, but I think the manager knows what he's doing. Hopefully he can make some changes in the second half, and we can give everybody a little bit of playing time. You know what I mean? Interesting. Is Felix going to play slightly from the left-hand side? Are they going to play as a double number 8 or double 10 with Palmer? We don't know yet. We have to wait and see what's going to happen. Madueke, I put him in the starting 11 in my preview because I just knew that he was going to play. It just makes sense, you know. Why not Modric? So Mikhailo Modric is not even on the bench. No Misha. I don't know if I can't see properly, but the bench is Sanchez, Colwill, Badiashile, Vega, Lavia, Dewsbury Hall, Sancho, Neto, Jackson. That's it. Wow, that is a little bit surprising to see this, but you know what? It is what it is. The manager is paid a lot of money to make this kind of decisions. You're not gonna please everybody. Somebody is gonna complain about something, so you know you have just to take it as it is. 1 hour, 2 minutes to go until the kickoff. Get around, get in the building, and you can talk to us. You can come here, comment the game, you know, give your opinion. Let's have fun. The link being provided if you have time. You don't have time, don't worry, my friend. It's not a big deal. Very interesting. I'm reading some comment here. I can't show comment straight on the screen because it might be some compromising pictures behind, so I can't show it here, but I'm reading in the private kind of screen. But it's very interesting to see some people are not just happy. Like there are certain people who they're just not happy about nothing really, no matter what. Like I think we should really learn right now to trust the manager and not complaining about players, you know? It's always why my boy is not starting, why my boy is not playing, why? Always questions like that. Just relax Let's trust the process, trust the manager. Let's see what's going to happen. The most important is Chelsea wins, and we keep everybody healthy. You know what I mean? If everybody is healthy, why not? Why not? All right, man. Okay, so let me try to get people here. And after that, you know that we are Manchester United are gonna play against Arsenal, and we want Arsenal to lose. You know, I think Mason Mount is gonna take his revenge. He's still a blue. He's gonna beat Arsenal, so we beat Southampton. Manchester United beat Arsenal, or they draw, 1-1 or something, 2-2. And then we see after that. And then Arsenal are going to be 3rd or 4th. You see? This is what I want. Oh, man. Okay. Let me try to get people here. Premier League. This is week 14, right? If I'm not mistaken, it's week 14. Okay, let's see. Let's go. There's a news. Let me translate this. Okay. Translate the post. 19 years old defender will not play with Boca again for the rest of the year due to his hamstring tear in the left leg. When it seemed that Anselmino was going to stay at Boca until June next year, now the situation is at risk, in danger, so he might not stay there. Chelsea might call him back or might recall him from loan in January. In fact, the version that I'm translating something from Spanish, so it's not gonna be coordinated kind of translation. But somebody is there is a report on Aaron Anselmino, a young defender that Chelsea signed from Boca Juniors. He got a hamstring injury. He's gonna be out until next season, and Boca Juniors wanted to keep him until June, but because of the injury, Chelsea might just decide to get him and get the treatment needed and get ready for the World Cup with the Blues. So we don't know. Let's wait and see what's going to happen in January. Or just call him so he can get used to the team. And probably he can help us with a lot of injuries. Not a lot, but quality also. We are lacking a little bit of quality in the defense. So Anselmino, 19 years old, if you are good enough, you are ready for the first team. Age is just a number. So this is the news that I've been reading here. But smash the like button, people. If you want more people to join us, you have to smash the like button. Moresca, who is Moresca? Maresca, right? Because you came up with Jamie or Jimmy Vardy yesterday. Now you're talking about Moresca. Maresca, okay? Maresca. Maresca playing roulette with his lineup. This is disrespecting Southampton. he has now motivated them, Southampton. How that is, I don't know why people try to bring just theories and narrative. How that is like disrespecting them. Roulette he's just turning his team. He turned the team depending on the opposition ahead. Don't tell me that Cole Palmer is a bad player. Nkunku is a bad player. Joao Felix is a bad player. So if we turn them and then we disrespecting who? Defense. We have a solid defense regardless of what you think. Defense is 10 times better than Southampton. So I think you are the guy who is disrespecting Chelsea and Maresca instead of Maresca disrespecting Southampton. For what? Cole Palmer, probably the best player in the world right now, better than Mbappe. He's on the pitch. What are you complaining about? Nkunku, you know, Bundesliga top scorer. One season that he even played half of the season. Injury, we bought him. He got a world-class potential. What are you talking about? If we go to the defense, you will see somebody like in the goalkeeping position, excuse me, Jorgensen. You are the guy who came here to complain about how Robert Sanchez is. With Robert Sanchez, we can't win anything, blah, blah. Now Jorgensen did pretty good in Germany. Now he's given the first opportunity in the Premier League. What are you complaining about? Tosin is a Premier League proven player. He's slow. He lost concentration at some point and all that, but still quality. You got him on free. And then if you can't play these players against the worst team in the country, which is Southampton, and then when are you going to trust them? When are you going to try them in a real game in the Premier League? So, bro, you always try to find somebody to blame or something to say. This team is not a B team because we don't have B teams, right? We only have one team, one squad with 25 players. We are switching them here and there depending on the opposition to find some balance. And you have Caicedo in the midfield. You have Enzo, your boy. Enzo is your boy now. He's unstoppable. Dating a rapper from Argentina, having the good time of his life right now. And you're going to call this team average team? Come on. Give me a break. Get out of here. Take this guy to the jail, man. Take him 5 days jail, okay? Minimum food, no water, no nothing. Because you are talking nonsense right now. People's Republic. All right, enough with banter here. Let's go. Mr. Boss said that I want Nicolas to start to continue his goal-scoring record, but I understand we have one eye on Spurs Sunday. Yeah, and don't forget that he can come in the second half. Just because he didn't start the game doesn't mean that the game that you won't contribute to the team. They are starters and they are finishers. And sometimes finishers can even play better than starters. So I don't know why people are complaining. We play every 3 days now. Every 3 days. So we don't have to complain about who didn't start because they are not robots. Some of them recover slower than others. It could be, they didn't want to take risks for any, for one reason or another. So people relax. Just relax. Nkunku is not a bad player. Nkunku was arguably our best player in preseason. And the preseason before that. He is the best finisher in the box that we have. The best finisher in the box, in the opposition box, the most dangerous guy we have is Nkunku. You have Jackson who can do other stuff, dirty work, defensive work, other stuff that Nkunku can't do, the link up. But when it comes to being clinical, finishing in that box, Nkunku is the guy. And why he hasn't scored, blah, blah, blah. because he's on the pitch for 5 minutes. He's there for 10 minutes. What do you want? He want to play for himself. He doesn't want to play for the team. He want to make some headlines. He doesn't want people to forget about him. So he's going to rush everything. He's going to start shooting from every angle to try to get headlines so people don't forget about him. So when you don't play enough games, you become selfish. You play for yourself. You don't have time to settle. You have a few minutes to make an impact, and that could also affect the entire team. You might struggle scoring because you don't want to give the ball to anybody. You want to impact the game immediately. So that's the way it is in football, my friend. So the article about Anselmino, I'm going to read that after the game. Aziz King.
Hey,
Aziz.
bonjour. Bonjour, man.
Yeah.
I saw the lineup, man.
What do you think?
What it is, man. Let's go. This is gonna be the first time João Felix, Kopama
played together. I think they did. What game was that? Not long ago.
No, start together. We didn't get. It was only Nkuku and Palmer that started together.
Oh, okay. Oh, Kuku and Palmer? Or no, it was also Felix. I don't remember the name anymore.
What game?
Yeah, it was. He played one game not long ago.
Oh no, yeah. I said start together. I know it was the qualification. I know what you're talking about. The qualification for Europa League.
Conference League.
Conference League when they beat us 2-1.
Yeah, I don't know. I might be my head is gone, but I think recently.
No, they've not started together as first half. They've not started together. This is the first time.
Really?
Yeah, the three of them.
I don't know. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right, but I'm thinking probably my head is gone, right? So I think recently they played together like Palmer. They played Palmer and Felix together. I have to double check, but I still remember.
No, check it. Where's the truth? Check it. So even today, man, I hate December games. You know why? It's the time I have to go to work.
Oh, you're going to work already? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, man. But what I did was, my TV stuff. I connected my TV to my phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good.
That's
good. Yeah, that is gonna be like toilet breaks. That will take 30 minutes in the bathroom.
Yeah, I'll stay 30 minutes inside that bathroom. you know how it goes, man.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
That's why I'm even trying to go to work early right now to start what I have to do right now.
Mm-hmm.
Get all the paperwork's done by 2:30. I'll go for a break.
Yeah. So, what? Are you positive? Anyways, are you positive about the game?
Right now, as a Chelsea fan, that's what we have to do. We have to be positive. We have to go there for 3 points. I don't care how we play it. And one thing we should try, just get 3 points. And one thing we should know about Southampton is they are a team that like playing from the back, and it has caused them a lot of mistakes. Let's pounce on that.
Yeah, and they also have some key players out.
Their key players are out. So let's try and pounce
injured
on
or suspended. They have a lot of their key players out. But
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, regardless, we have to beat them.
Yeah, we have to do what we have to do. Keep the pressure on Liverpool and Arsenal. Hopefully, Manchester. You know what's so funny is that people are saying Manchester on crisis. They're only 6 points behind third. You know that?
They are getting a result tonight. Mason Mount with a goal. So
I see them beating or drawing Arsenal.
I think it's gonna be a draw, 2-2, or Manchester United might nick it. Just watch, man. Chelsea winning tonight. Manchester, Arsenal dropping 2 points or 3 points tonight. That is, and also remember Newcastle might surprise people tonight by getting a result against Liverpool. Liverpool are not going to be unbeaten until the end of the season. They're gonna have their their bad time, and we have to capitalize on that. Mr. McKean, are you there, bro?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All is well.
Yes. What do you think about the lineup and everything?
I'm happy with the lineup.
Because
You
you
know
always
what? And
promote
yeah,
your boy Felix, right?
exactly. Yes, yes, yes. And when you see him play with Palmer,
Yeah.
when Palmer drops deep, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of the times he struggles to carry the ball. He needs somebody there to connect with. Now
Okay.
he has the man there, the best 10 in the world. Yeah, remember I said this. He's the best number 10 in the world.
Yeah, he doesn't have
And if
the end product though. To be a number
if
A,
we
the best in
if
the
we
world, you
carry
need
if
the
we
end
carry
product.
this on,
Mm.
if we carry this on, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
with the trajectory we're going,
Yeah.
in the next 2 to 3 years,
Mm-hmm.
he's gonna challenge for the Ballon d'Or, and so is Palmer. We're gonna have a very strong team if we carry this on.
Yeah.
And deep down, I
Mm.
think that this lineup is Enzo's Maresca's favorite lineup.
I think they played recently together, Palmer and Felix. Do you remember the game they played together?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. I said the three of them. I didn't say only Palmer and Felix. I said the three, Palmer, Felix, and Kuku. They've not started together.
Oh, because that game was Jackson in front, right?
Yes, they've not started together.
The only weak point at the moment that we have, it may be Enzo, but he'll be able to keep up.
Enzo is doing good at the moment, bro.
Yeah, he's got momentum. So
yeah, he's dating
he's
dating
on form.
a rapper from Argentina. That girl, I forget her name, and now you see the celebration. Call me, so that.
There are some divorce that is a good divorce.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes they used to say if you're having problem at home, it will affect you.
It's not good for the kid though. The kid's still very, very young.
I know, but
I don't want to get in their personal lives, but I don't see.
So yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I don't see anything good by separating kid from.
No, I understand. I'm just making a joke.
I know what you mean, but I want to just make sure that I say that
he's in good form. He's in good
form. If that is making him happy, but at some point down the road, when you look at, you have to go and check on the kid and stepdad and all that could be a little bit complicated stuff, but yeah, that is his personal life. I don't really like to talk much about personal lives, but everybody's repeating the same. He's happy now dating somebody else, and then that's why. But it's many factors from him, right? He was poor, everybody knows about it. Even People's Republic is gonna deny, but he was poor, and he went through surgery. And then before even the surgery, he was poor. After the surgery, he was poor. He was like depressed. He can't track. He can't tackle. Right now, the bro is like on smoke, putting tackles, running, tracking back, doing the dirty work a little bit. But also the position that he's playing now doesn't really expose him a lot.
Why is Lavia not playing though?
Lavia is not. That is a good question. People's Republic. Why Lavia is not playing?
You didn't see the last game. He took a knock. You don't watch him properly. You saw somebody.
Yeah, but he wasn't classified injured. Like we only heard about Fofana's injury.
Prevention.
Lavia is like Reece James, made out of Weetabix. So you got to be very careful of that guy there. You also got to load manage him. So they're just load managing him. They were keeping him for Tottenham. They're keeping him for Tottenham to make sure that Tottenham is not going to overrun us. So you need him, fresh legs, along with Caicedo. So there's not point in burning him out against Southampton. It makes no sense. So that is very smart from Maresca, even if he is.
Yeah. Tell us why you're whining and complaining about Chelsea not respecting Southampton, blah, blah, blah. What is your theory? Can you be happy for one day?
He's played half the B team. I mean, with Felix starting, and I don't know all these. I don't even know what the back four is, the goalkeeper, whatever. Half the team is the conference league team.
So this is the most solid back four that we've ever gonna. This is the most solid back four our team could get.
Tosin, that guy is, I mean, a camel is faster than that guy. I mean, even Badiashile is faster than him. And that's saying something. Badiashile.
But Badiashile can't defend, though. You're supposed to defend.
Oh, that's not true. That is not true. The Badiashile can't defend. Badiashile was just injured. Like Maresca, like Enzo, he was injured. You're seeing how
he's
he's come
more
back.
Than a passer, my friend. You're a defender.
You see, people watch. If they want to hate him, they'll hate. Watch how he's improved. The last 3-4 games, that Badiashile is looking. He's looking very, very solid.
He needs to leave. He needs to leave my team by January, please.
No way, no how. We need him to defend set pieces. He's that tall guy there that would be missing the team.
That doesn't header.
What?
A tall guy that's 6'7" that doesn't header balls out the goal or in the goal.
Yeah, but defending set pieces, we need him when we're defending. You see how we don't concede.
He doesn't header though, so what? He doesn't win.
Who are you talking
clashes.
about? I'm a little bit lost.
Badiashile.
How many own goal he scored against us?
That was back before when he was injured, and he's not injured anymore.
I think he can be solid in games, but after the surgery, he really struggled. Before the surgery, remember everybody was calling. Todd Bowley went to France in his Lamborghini to bring he was good, Lamborghini back then.
Very good.
And then he came. The problem with that guy is the pace. Like, he's like a Toro. Like, I've seen him just like watching the ball that Thiago Silva 100% is gonna clear. That brother he just discouraged himself even from running. So
I don't know how they compare him to Disasi, It's just disrespectful.
Yeah, in terms of pace, Disasi.
In terms of everything,
pace,
Disasi can
they are
go
different. They are a little bit different.
Pace, but you can't compare them. When one is bad, the other isn't, man.
But form is not permanent. The form is not permanent. You can be top class today like Mbappe, and he been having some hard time. Now you can tell. Everybody start talking that he's a flop. So form can be up and down. It's normal in a professional life. For a 21, 22 years old kid in terms of football, it's going to be that way. So we can't be definite here and say somebody is bad or somebody is wrong and it's done, the door is closed.
But if you look at his style, Badiashile's style, reminds me very much of the old school Terry Butcher, and those, those Steve Bruce, that kind of classical defender. He's got that kind of style.
Colwell needs competition. He doesn't have it right now.
But he's also the best defender we have. I mean, the central defender. So that's why.
Yeah, he might be. He might not be because he's not a right centre back. Because Fofana's not doing his job, and Colwell's not getting enough competition. But Yeshua's not enough competition.
Every time I see Fofana running, I think he's going to get injured. This is I always have fear. I think this guy.
And you people of the Republic US complaining about our defense and whatever, half of the team from B team. And Charles is giving us a good point here. He said, like, so you prefer play Colwell in a game like this, and then what if he got injured and you had to play against the Tottenham Hotspurs in 3 days from now?
Exactly.
So
he's not getting He doesn't have competition.
But you're saving. You need Tottenham. What do Tottenham have? They have a toxic, counter-attacking, lightning fast. Heung-min Son and Timo Werner. I can't remember the other guy there. What's the name? Johnson. So we need our fastest defenders. Obviously, I'm surprised Cucurella's playing because he's our fastest defender. He's actually every team needs a dog.
That's your best defender, to be honest.
And that is. Cucurella, he's that steel. That's steel.
And
Brian Robson.
He's probably the best left back in the world, to be honest.
I know I gave him a lot of sticks, and that is a lesson to everybody right now because we tend to always attack players when they're not doing good. Remember Cucurella when he joined Chelsea, he was poor. Let's be honest. The system we were playing. Under Graham Potter, 40,000 players.
But it was only one season, though. He was only poor for one season.
No, even last season, he was very poor at the beginning. Remember, he started getting better from like January, February. And then when Poch started inverting him in the midfield, everybody was like, oh my goodness. This is why Pep Guardiola wanted
This guy,
him
but
to invert him.
come on.
He was
wait,
This guy doesn't make mistakes.
Very quickly. Poch, first of all, before he inverted, played on right back. Remember, don't forget that. First, before inverting,
and he did well there.
Yeah,
you did okay,
because he was playing as, that's what I wanted to say. Don't forget, Cole was playing as the left centre back back then. So because Rich James was out, Amalo Gusto was getting red cards, reckless, and some injury, this guy had to play as a right back.
Okay, so we are talking
and
the same
he did
language.
well for a while until he got injured. He didn't return back to the team back in January.
Okay,
He got injured in November, December.
I even
And
forget
he did-
my head is gone, but
Yeah.
if that is true. But the point I'm trying
So,
to make
but
here,
with Cucurella, because of the price tag that was labeled on him, you couldn't see the best out of him because he was bought for 70 million. So you expect a
Yeah, and
70 million
he
player.
was always good.
Because don't forget, it was Brighton's best player for 2 seasons.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Coming
you
to
see,
a new system, coming to a new team with a lot of pressure, with a new system, with a different back line that I've never played before, together before.
yeah, but also you have to acknowledge.
And even don't even forget, when under Tuchel, Thomas Tuchel was even playing more better than Ben Chilwell.
Because he was playing as a wing back, and
Yes.
and also that's what I say. Like, we are talking the same language here. Like, form is not permanent. You can be whatever flop today. It doesn't mean that you're gonna be flop tomorrow. When Rudiger started at Chelsea, everybody even knows about it, and nobody wanted to see him anymore. Get him out. Get him out. He was injury prone, blah, 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 blah. And then Thomas Tuchel came, 3 at the back system, Rudiger world class, the best in the world. So something might trigger your, your performances from somewhere. So
Depends on the player as well. too. Is the player ready for the
Is that what we're
challenges?
doing for all the players? Then are we gonna wait till they reach that trigger system point? Like, is that what we're
It's
doing
not
with Badia
plug
Shield?
and, it's not
Is
plug
that what
and
we're
play
doing with
anymore.
Fofana?
Fofana is another case. Fofana, without injuries, he was going to be good and solid. Colwill, even under Poch, we all know how many mistakes he was making. He played even as a left back, Poch playing him out of position. And look at him. What I'm trying to make you understand, people, is you tend to go for black or white. You are bad or you are bad or you are good. This is not that. This is human being here. They can progress or they can regress. They can be world class today and flop tomorrow, or vice versa. So we have to keep an open mind that not everybody is gonna be like Cole Palmer all of a sudden and you start performing. Mr. Olamide been waiting forever. Let's just greet him and we're gonna go around, because he always go to the bar to watch games in Ghana. Mr. Olamide, how is it going, bro?
Yeah. Good evening, brother. Good evening, everybody.
Yes,
How are you doing?
Asante.
Oh,
well, he's from
you are trying.
He's from Nigeria, but he lives in Ghana. So
probably.
Yeah, I'm living.
Okay, so
yeah,
you going to watch the game out today, or you watching from home?
Yeah, I'm going to watch out as usual.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just let me say hello to my people and to say my little thought about what up. And again, I want. Do you know the game prediction on the Chelsea app?
The game prediction, I haven't checked on that. Tell us more about that.
No, you know there is this every match we predict
Okay. Mm-hmm. And you win a prize or
yeah,
something.
so I think that was a Manchester City women against Chelsea. So I was the overall winner.
Oh, so you won some money or a ticket?
Oh no, they said I won the signed Chelsea, they signed
Chelsea shirt.
just
Oh wow!
yeah.
Congratulations, bro.
I wonder, but they sent me an email that I should reply if I want to accept, and I reply with my details. But ever since then, I haven't get any message. Maybe because I'm in Africa, so maybe they couldn't
Sometimes
get
it's
it to
very
Africa.
difficult to ship in Africa, but yeah.
The post office called your
But
spirit.
listen, they can send it to you. They can send it to me, and I send you $150. Simple. How about that?
No, but the thing got stolen in the post. Like they stole it for you in the post.
Yeah. Just that. I got the message and I replied and with my details that they request for. But ever since then, I haven't get any feedback from them. So
You have to wait. Yeah, you have to claim what is yours. You know, if you ask me that before, I was going to send you maybe $200, and then I get the shirt. So it's to make it easy. But I think they're gonna send it to you. They are DHL in Africa. It's difficult to like deliver packages because somebody might steal your package outside your door. So you might have to go to the post office or somewhere.
But wait, one moment. If somebody sends you an email says you must send $50, then you know you've been scammed.
No, don't do that.
No, this one they didn't ask me to send any money.
No,
they didn't ask me to send. They didn't ask me. They just asked for my details, my postal address, and everything. So I send it to them. So
I think they're gonna send, but Africa always takes time to arrive. Don't worry, I think they're gonna send it to you. Give it a little bit of time,
right.
2 weeks, 3 weeks, or even a month. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Olembe, what do you think of the starting lineup?
Oh, as for the starting lineup, I think I'm okay. To me, it's cool to rest some of the players against Tottenham or Sports. Even though I wish he could bench Cole Palmer as well, for him to have a little bit of rest so that he can play.
Yeah, even me in my preview, I wanted Kukurea to be on the bench, Palmer to be on the bench, probably the second half for 20 minutes, put them just to give them some playing time. But I wanted to see a completely different team.
But to me, it's still okay. Maybe what he's trying to do, let's secure the winning, then the player can come out and rest. So maybe that is what he's trying to do. So with the formation, I think I'm cool with it. It's okay. So I think with this we can have our 3 points in the pocket.
Good. Mr. CFC Gamer said that he loves the way Maresca is rotating the team. Nkunku finally get his chance now. Yeah, in the Premier League. Let him just like relax today and score. Don't force anything. Just play your game and score goals. Even though everybody knows that Nkunku is playing out of position. Number 9 is not his position. He plays good from the pocket, from the Cole Palmer position, but we have 2 already today in that position. So he's gonna be forced to be a number 9.
I think today is going to play at the number 11 position, and maybe Felix will play at Cole Palmer's position, and Cole Palmer will play as number 7. That is what I think. But I don't know.
We have also Madueke.
So
we have Madueke, who you can't move him from the right hand side. Who's gonna play in the middle?
Another problem.
Yeah, so we have Madueke. So yeah. But you know, the last time, this guy showed us his defensive work, Felix. So I'm more confident playing him with Palmer now because how good defensively he is. I think we've been like underestimating him, how good he can be defensively. He's working very hard. So Felix, good luck today, bro. I want double digit 10-0.
Serious?
Yeah, 10-0.
That's in Premier League, you know it will be a tough thing to do. Okay, well, I wish them all the best. I just say let me come and say hi to you people.
Yeah, before you go
so
to
that I can move to my
your
bar
usual
where I'm
place.
going to work.
Yeah, before I used to do it even here in the US when I came the first time. I used
Yeah,
to go
yeah, you know.
to Irish bar where all the Chelsea fans we used to meet there. We watched many games over there, but like early in the morning, you see Chelsea fans drinking, bro. Like drinking. It's like 6 o'clock in the morning. Somebody's already drunk. I'm like, what are you doing? Back in the day, man.
You know, here in Africa, what they do is that there are some people they open we have football center like where people normally go. They don't do anything for that. What we do there is we pay to watch the match as if you are going to the stadium and watch. You pay and have a
That's
seat
good.
and sit down to watch the
But
match
they
on the
also,
TV.
that is a very good business though, because you're gonna be forced to buy some chips and buy also some drinks over there. So you pay the entrance.
There are some places.
So that is a
there
good
are
business.
some bars like that.
Yeah, that is a good business.
Very good.
You pay a little fee. You go to the bar, and then you're gonna pay for drinks and food and stuff like that. So yeah, that's good. I love to watch game like with many people, but now because I've been doing this, it's become like rare for me to do that. But yeah, that's good. So hey, Rash, go man. Go, Mr. Olamide.
All right,
Watch,
bro.
and I will see you.
All right, bro. Maybe I will see you after the match.
All right, man.
Maybe sometime after match, maybe before I get home. Before I get home, you have already end up with the live, so that is why I don't normally come online these days. So maybe whenever I come online, it's already out.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll see you some other time when.
When what?
We have
sometimes
match like this.
Yeah. If Arsenal lose tonight, I'm coming live back to celebrate. Olamide, goodbye, my friends. Go watch TV. Isaac.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, we are going to win this game now.
We're going to win.
Arsenal, yes, because Arsenal, my prayer is Arsenal to lose or to draw.
You know that Arsenal fans also can pray, right? God listen to everybody. Not only you. God listen to all his children. This is you. This is he's like, no. I'm not gonna listen to anybody. You go fight there. I gave you skills. I gave you IQ. Use it. Okay, it's not me right now. Go there, because you're gonna find churches in Africa, bro.
Yes.
They go with all Chelsea jerseys and Arsenal jerseys to pray for the team. I'm like, wow. So God, what God is gonna listen if Arsenal pastor is praying for Arsenal and Chelsea pastor praying? So who's gonna win? So God is like, no, don't get me involved in this. This is on your own. So that's the way it is, my friend. But Arsenal, yes, go on. People.
The winner will be the devil.
The devil.
You said everyone is praying to Jesus. The one who's not praying to Jesus, the devil will probably more likely win. The bad person. And
yeah, Jamie Vardy. Yesterday, People's Republic gave me a hard time for calling him
Come on. He's not Jimmy. He's not Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. He's not Jamie Floyd Hasselbank. He's Jamie. In Spanish, isn't they say Jaime?
Now you know why I'm coming with that, because Jimmy now met Cole Palmer. Remember the last time Cole Palmer said that he reached some kind of record behind Mr. Hasselbank, and Cole Palmer say, yeah, he's a striker, so congratulations and stuff. So today they are showing him both together in Southampton St. Mary's Stadium.
Wow.
So that is the point of me reminding you, Jamie Vardy and Jimmy Vardy.
But in Spanish, Jaime.
Huh?
I think in Spanish, you speak Spanish. I think they say Jaime in Spanish.
Hyman? Who is Hyman?
Jamie in Spanish.
Jamie is Hyman in Spanish? Oh, I don't know.
I think so. I'm thinking. You speak Spanish. You live. There are many people that speak Spanish in your country.
It doesn't mean that I know Spanish.
I thought maybe
know
you might
some
know.
word. I don't know why I never learned Spanish, but okay. So let me remind other people who are watching right now for Arsenal game. The lineup: Raya in goal for Arsenal. Timber, Kiwior, Saliba, Zinchenko. Where is Gabriel? Okay, Rice, Thomas Partey, Martin Odegaard, Saka, Havertz, and Martinelli. For United, they have Andre Onana, Mazraoui, Delit, Maguire, Malacia, Mason Mount, Fernandes, Ugarte, Dalot, and Hojlund, and Garnacho. So I don't see
Rashford.
Gabriel. Rashford can't defend. I think the new manager, what's his name again? The new manager actually is going for
Amorim.
more defensive work. He's going more defensive now because they don't have Luke Shaw. Luke Shaw is out. He was there back for one game. He's injured and will be out for like 4 months. Him and Reece James. Reece James even is better than him because Reece James can come and play for 3-4 games. But for this brother here, he always got injured after one game. So it's Malacia to play.
But did you notice those guys? Now you're comparing those two. They have also very much similarity. You notice how they both put on so much muscle. That guy, that United guy, what's his name? You said you just mentioned his name. The left back, one as well was injured. Luke Shaw. Did you notice how from one season to the other season he looked like a WWE wrestler? I said, where the hell all these muscles come from? And then suddenly all the injuries started as well. So it's a bit like Reece James. Same thing. Reece James looks like a wrestler. He doesn't look like a football player, but he seems to have slimmed down a little bit. I think Reece James. I notice his muscle and body mass has gone down a little bit. I don't know. Maybe it's my eyes, but it seems to be he's toned down a bit. Am I mistaken?
I think yes. You are trying to find a way to blame Reece James.
No, but I'm saying Reece James is why he's improved because he's dropped a lot of
problem
muscles.
is there are people who just don't get weight. Have you noticed some of your school boys? They're just the same, and you just getting weight and weight. And you struggle with weight.
Not me.
I'm just talking in general. Have you noticed that? Like, you grow up with somebody and he's just big. It's just a family thing. Look at Reece James' dad. Look at his mom. Look at his sister. That is the way they are. Look at Rooney. Rooney, even when he was a kid, 16 years old, killing it at Everton, look at how chubby he was. There are some kids who are just chubby. You can't force them to be a muscle man and be skinny. So they are fit in their own body category. So you are used to all those Instagram football players, but some of them, Ronaldinho, Romario, Ronaldo da Lima, before he got more, that he's struggling with some kind of disease. That's why he gained weight. But in general, Reece James or Luke Shaw, they are naturally a little bit bigger than average boys. That's what I can say, to be polite.
But they weren't being bigger. So you're missing the point. Those guys didn't just get fatter. They put on muscle, real proper muscle. This way being in the gym.
No, with the age, I don't think Reece James, look at him at academy. Look at him every single level of football he played. He's like that. Like, I don't know when he was skinny or whatever. Look, maybe when he had like a baby face or something, but still the same kind of, chubby looking guy.
But I wouldn't say chubby, because if you look at him now, he looks like Mr. Olympia. His body is fantastic body. So I wouldn't say he's fat, but sometimes you have too much muscle, and it can be the cause of all these horrible injuries he keeps getting. And sometimes you find that some athletes, they have to lose weight, to tone down, to actually get rid of some muscle because there's too much. And I know it doesn't make any sense, but in football terms, you need that elasticity. You need that bit of elastic. That how can you put it? Elasticity in your body to avoid injuries. If you're too stiff and too rigid, and this is more than likely why you get these injuries keep appearing. Maybe it's the way they train, but I like the way now that with this new regime at Chelsea, the injuries have calmed down. There are not so many injuries like before. So touch wood.
Yeah, that's the problem we have. If somebody is struggling with injuries, we find red flags and demon and blame your uncle and blame your whatever village people. But I think sometimes it's just genes, regardless of how big you think or regardless of who you're gonna blame. And I think those people, they got professional football, they got professional advice. They have the best doctors, they have the best physios, the best therapists, the best in class. So I think they see that. I think they've been advised them to do this and do that and take this kind of route. So I think they are just injury prone. That's all I can say. Injury prone. But anyways, people.
You see what's happening in the Premier League?
What?
The so-called Trump has been elected and everything's changing. So all this woke culture is now suddenly, just to one guy, one captain said, I refuse to wear the rainbow armband, it goes against my religion. Now they're all refusing. Now even Man United doesn't want to wear their jackets. Wow. Just one guy comes up and then they all suddenly say, no, it's against my religion. I love Jesus. I'm Muslim. I'm whatever. And I think that, wow. If you had said this 6 months ago, you would have been cancelled. You would have been gone. You would have been dead. You would have been finished.
Well,
change.
Okay, so let me put it to perspective here. Not only Trump and whatever. That is a theory. I know in France, Ghana Gay, he plays now for Everton. When he was playing for PSG, he refused. Because in France, it's an obligation now. They can kick you out of the league. They can... Wow. There are certain shirt design for like entire week of like wearing that color just to support them. And if you, it's becoming, France is did you see like the Olympics and the opening ceremony?
Terrible.
And what they did, it's like the devil, Satan is living there now. Like everything is starting there. Okay, so anyways, I don't want to call everything devil, but what I'm saying is, because first of all, God is about love. He loves bad people. So don't point fingers on anybody, even if you think, oh, you are, what you're doing is bad. Don't go there and say, oh no, you're going to hell. Jesus is coming. Listen, Jesus was hanging out with bad people, with thief, with a prostitute, with a tax collector. He was hanging out, eating with them, and people are like, wow, are you really having a meal and drinking with these people? He was like, I came here for them, not for you, good people, right? So in one way, no matter what you think that they are bad, don't point fingers on them because you are not perfect. But also, do not force people to do certain things that they are not convinced. So it go both. It's need to go both ways. Respect. I respect you. You respect me. I have friends. I have co-worker who choose to live a certain life and sexual orientation. We have even some family members who came to the wedding. Lovely people, bring us gift and all that. The nicest people that you can meet. They choose to live a certain way, a certain sexual orientation. I'm not gonna hate them. They are family members. I'm gonna love them the way they are. But I don't force them. They don't force me. We just respect each other. You live your way, I live my way. But now is like, okay, you have to do it. You have to wear this. You have to accept this. That is bad.
That is what it's been. That is what it's been the last 4 years with this cancel culture and what exactly what you're saying there. If you don't, then basically you'll be forced. You had no choice. But it's almost like now. I'm talking about Premier League. I didn't know about in France. A guy refused, but Premier League, one guy did it. Now they all said like, okay, if he can do it, and the Premier League was thinking they're going to give him a fine or something. You can't force. The Premier League says
in France is just becoming like a law now. An official law where the federation is going to fine you and they're going to suspend you like real games for not taking. I'm just exaggerating it. Not taking a mini silence, for example, of something, and then you have to pay that, and we're gonna suspend you just to force you to accept that. It's just horrible in France. I don't think people should be forced to do what they don't feel comfortable. They don't hurt anybody. They don't come here and say I'm against them or look at them or condemn them or point fingers. But I just don't agree with your lifestyle. It's just like I've seen a lot of people, this Black Lives Matter situation started here. I saw NFL players, basketball players who refused to knee. Black people, the Premier League, Wilfried Zaha, and many other black people said, no, I'm not going to knee because I don't have to beg people to respect me. I have to command respect. I deserve respect.
Who said that?
Many people. Saha said it, and many other people.
Wow.
So it's not like I have to beg and knee because I know it's not. And are you gonna call him racist? No, he's a black guy. He just don't believe.
But my point is that he's a strong guy. He has actually opinions. Wow.
That's what I say. Like he doesn't believe that kneeing and begging people to respect is the way to go. It doesn't mean that he's you're gonna find him for that. No, it's just like the movement from other community. You have to respect people's opinion.
What I don't understand. So like the French Football Federation, the Premier League, they say, which by the way I agree with. They say we should keep politics out of sports. I say hallelujah, very well done. But at the same time, they say keep politics out of sports, but then they force you to wear the rainbow thing there. So but that is politics. How can you say one thing, no politics in sports, which is true, but then again you start bringing other politics into it? It doesn't make any sense.
That is a little bit different than politics because this is a social fact that affects many people. Back in the day or still in other countries, where you see somebody with a different kind of beliefs and then, a lot of noise, static noise.
Not me.
No, I muted Mr. Isaac. I think it's from him. And then even people are killed for choosing a certain way. So it's a serious social issue. Because a human being needs to be respected no matter what, your orientation is. If you want to teach them, go with love. Don't go with a stick and stones as if you never done anything wrong. You know what I mean? So
wow. I didn't know you had strong opinions about this. I thought you were scared and you didn't have any opinion on this. I am very in awe. Is another word, in awe? I'm very surprised and I'm very wow. I'm taken back. I say, wow, Mr. Oaks finally spoke his mind.
And don't misquote me. I'm being balanced here. I think you understand that I've been balanced because I even told you family members, friend, and many people that I have that choose to live a certain way. So my position is in the middle. I respect you, you respect me. I don't force you, you don't force me. That is clear. That is clear. And now in the US, let me finish this.
When you say respect, that means that you're also saying that you have your rights. As long as you're not breaking the law, you have your rights.
You have your rights. And
Yes.
I tell you, in the US, it's getting worse. You know why many people like hate Democrat? Because of the
They lie.
freedom. Not only that. Let me finish this before I forget. Because let's keep it in the, in the topic, not lies, but change, like imposing change. So much changes in the society, like public school here in America, bro. They have young boys, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years old boys, wearing pink skirt, in the celebration, like they have like school celebration
Shame,
of
man.
certain community. So
Yeah,
imagine if somebody is 5 years, 6 years old, they find everything normal. Why can't you just let them grow up and make their own decisions? So
Just let them be children. Let them be children.
and that's why many people are taking like their kid away from public school and whatever. So try to change the nature too quickly in the point of imposing, in the point of, I've seen even some shows on TV in a restaurant, some guys, they are trends or whatever, they goes there and they film, they are making shows like live shows and whatever. And if somebody called that guy like, excuse me, sir. Oh, I'm not sir. Now you are misgendering or whatever term it is. You misgendering. Oh, and they make it like a big deal. Get me your manager right now. The manager comes. You see that guy just misgendering me. I'm like, bro, you look like a dude. Okay, and somebody didn't know that you already changed your orientation, and you make it as a big deal for somebody who didn't know. And we in America we were even trying to make, I'm not gonna allow my kid to go to the same bathroom with a dude. You know what I mean? Like, there are certain things that you believe on what you believe, but just don't impose people to do certain things. I don't wanna cross the line. Let's go back to football. Football is about to start in 3 minutes. Your score prediction, because I'm gonna take a break and come back at halftime.
Who's our normal captain? Our captain is Enzo. Who's the normal captain of Enzo? Who's the club captain, official club captain?
Reece James.
Reece James, that's right. Okay, he never plays. This is why I forgot. I was just wondering. Okay, and the vice captain is Chilwell. I know that. And so like here, so that means it's now Enzo and Caicedo is the captain and vice captain. I think Caicedo. This is actually Caicedo's team. If you think about it, he's the one, the heart and soul of this team is Caicedo. So he's the natural captain. But okay, we'll give it to Enzo. He's been living up to it. I think a 2-1, maybe 2-1, maybe even 3, Chelsea. But it's going to be a hard game. It's going to be very, very hard. It won't be easy. It's going to be a hard-fought game.
Okay, so you don't have a score because you are just guessing. So you
No,
say,
I said 2-1.
You just want to stay in the edge. So you say
2 or 3-1. I can't make up my mind. 2 or 3-1.
Yeah. Okay, Mr.
2 or
Isaac.
3-1.
Mr. Isaac, what is your score prediction? We're gonna leave and come back at halftime.
My score prediction is Chelsea 2.
Chelsea 2.
Southampton 0. Yes.
Southampton 0. Okay, come back at halftime, my brother. Okay, People's Republic also watch the game, take note, and come blame Enzo Maresca for disrespecting them. And we're gonna come here 5-0 the first half, and you are like, oh, you just looking for a fight, you know.
Well, some people say I should have been a lawyer, but that's another story. I'll tell you another day.
All right, bro. I'll see you in a little bit.
Okay, cheers, man.
Okay, people, I'm going to leave you with a commentary and everything on the screen, and we will see each other in 45 minutes from now. 45 minutes.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior.
Game as a coach for him tonight. Now creeping up into his technical area.
Yes.
As he goes back to Jorgensen.
Some decisions that needed to be made if you were going to make changes. Southampton on the attack. Jorgensen in goal is one that a lot of Chelsea fans pontificate about. Oh, it's not a great tackle that.
Wood on Joao Felix in the left back position.
I know you want to get tight, you want to get early tight, but that's probably a little bit too ridiculous. I have to say, it's done by the trickery and the footwork of Felix. Just going back to the selection, Jorgensen in goal. He's been forced into a couple of changes, certainly with Fofana being out, and maybe Lavia, who's giving the ball away again. Chelsea this time, Dizazi. Been a sloppy start from Chelsea, Matt. I was about to make some points about the team, but I think I'll let this one just rest for a second.
Yeah, here's James Brew on the ball for Southampton. Looks as though Gusto is the one who's inverting into midfield, by the way, so it becomes a back three. We shall see as the game goes on, as it's pushed out for Ryan Fraser here, left-hand side. Southampton starting on the front foot. 90 seconds gone. Kyle Walker-Peters left-hand side at the moment, taking on Gusto. Rain driving on the south coast, and cleared away only as far as the edge of the box in a reboot. Gave him back to Fraser. Opportunity here, maybe. Walker-Peters cross is going to deflect in for a brilliant save from Jorgensen to deny a reboot. Southampton should be ahead. He was only about 12 yards out, middle of the goal, all alone on the half volley. Joe Aribo, and he could only hit it straight at the Chelsea goalkeeper. We'll credit him with the save. Might have been an offside in there anyway.
Right, here we go. I'm going to call it now. I said a second ago, sloppy. My gosh, how sloppy can we be? It start with Jorgensen's clearance. Then Felix wins the free kick. There's a little bit of a malaise about us, so I'm going to give us the first 2 minutes. That's fine, all right? Buck your ideas up, boys, because right now it ain't good enough.
Maduake's no look past to Fernandes. His cross into the penalty area, looking for Felix, intercepted by Lumley, the goalkeeper.
But there's a lot of changes in both teams. It's a brilliant save, Jorgensen. He might have been offside. Do you know what? I think he's on, you know, Matt. I think he's on. The ball then, it's ricocheted back. Oh my God, he should score. There's a flag that's gone up. Aribo should score. He takes it with his left foot. Jorgensen, give him credit. It's a really good save. If he hits either side of Jorgensen, the ball probably hits the back of the net. It's a bit close. He's forced to make the save and makes it. Right. There's a lot of changes in this team, this Chelsea team, and it's almost like a conference semi-final or quarter-final team. Matt, do you know what I mean with that? Yeah, where you
a peppering of stars.
Yes, yeah. Plus Palmer, who's on the ball now.
He is, and he's got Nkunku ahead of him. Gave it short to Maduake instead. So Maduake, that's really, really sloppy from him. Easily dispossessed. Gusto trying to win it back from Fraser. Aribo plays it forward up to halfway, left-hand side, and Cameron Archer, who is over halfway now, just about keeps it in play. Maduake getting back at him, so Archer goes back up to halfway. Happy to just keep the ball for a moment or two. There's Wood for them, just in front of their penalty area. It's been a positive start for the home side. It's whether they can sustain it.
Yeah, Maresca makes a lot of changes that you don't expect or see coming, or when you see the team sheet, you're trying to work out exactly what the team might look like or feel like. Today's a tricky one, but when you look at the players, you can almost put them in their positions. sloppy is the word I'm going to use. I've used it a couple of times now. And the players all know, when you're on the pitch, you get a sense of how the game is gone, even though you're the favourite. Get touches the ball. Make the first thing you do the best decision you can make. Do the right thing. In the first header, first challenge, first tackle, first pass. Right now we're just disjointed. I'm going to say again, it's a bit disjointed for us.
5 gone, and Kunku trying to pinch the ball back, almost managed it. There's Wood playing it across to Bree, who go all the way back to the goalkeeper Lumley. So Ramsdale, the first choice amongst those injured. McCarthy was his replacement, but he was dropped on Friday.
Good pressure from everyone. There's almost man marking over the pitch there. Chelsea press really high up the pitch. Gusto's goal will complete as they managed to get out though. Well played. They're good at that, Southampton.
Here's Armstrong, right hand side, just over halfway. Left Cucurella on the floor, played it into Fraser. Fraser out right hand side for Bree, crossing position here. Hit Tosin with it, and Felix will be able to bring it clear. Outside of the penalty area he goes. Aribo in his way, moved it right hand side to Madueke. Madueke creeping his way up to halfway. Walker Peters in front of him. Maybe short to Enzo Fernandez.
Felix does well there. Cucurella slips in part of the build up there, and everyone has to shuffle across, and Felix does really well. Calm head there, brilliant ball.
Lovely ball from Felix into Palmer, left hand side, into the penalty area by the dead ball line, touched behind by Wood for the first corner of the game.
Yeah, so well played us. It's the first best bit of pattern of play when nearly 6 minutes into it. Felix finds a yard of space. He's dropped a little bit deeper, and Palmer kind of strolls into the space that you expect Felix to try and find on that left hand side. Ball goes out for a corner, first set piece of the game, just over 6 minutes in. Palmer just waits for the challenge. He knows there's no one in the box. Why deliver something in the box when there's no one there? We'll get the set piece.
Posse of players all grouped together. Dizazi whispering sweet nothings into Tosin's ear. Cucurella, Felix and Kunku all lined up together. See what the set piece coach has come up with this one. Enzo Fernandez has got assist to his name of late. Swings over the corner. Oh, it's ended up in the net. Axel Dizazi is claiming it. 7 minutes gone. Goalkeeper came, got nowhere near it. Dizazi powers it in for 1-0. Nice delivery from Fernandez. Dizazi the head boy, but where on earth was the goalkeeper? Who cares? Southampton 0, Chelsea 1.
Well, I've got to say, it's a good delivery, but it should be cleared, it should be defended. It's right at the near post. Credit to Dizazi. I need to see this again. He's claiming it. It's run to near post. They all make run to near post. The keeper, is he blocked? Cucurella might get something on him, but who cares? Dizazi has got between everyone. He's the one that attacks it. The keeper, I've got no idea what Lumley's doing there. He needs to get in front of everyone. That near post needs to be his area. Dizazi ghosts in. 1-0 Chelsea. 7.5 minutes on the clock.
Well, it's his first Premier League goal of the season. We'll credit him with it, but you don't often see a defender head in from a corner inside the 6-yard box without having to jump. That is absolutely atrocious.
I've got no idea. The keeper has to have that. Do you know what? It's a good delivery. I'm not going to give it any more credit that because there's not a lot of pace on it. It's a lovely floaty one. That should be the goalkeeper to come and claim all day long. Credit to Dizazi. Takes advantage of it. 1-0 Chelsea.
It's an interesting story, Lumley getting called back. Obviously Ramsdale's the first choice. There's a game here in April last year. Gavin Bazunu, who has been their goal. Did his ACL in the warm-up, out for 9 months. And Lumley was listed as the sub-goalie for that game. Russell Martin had so little faith in him that he pulled Alex McCarthy from the crowd to play instead. He's had to go back to Lumley after McCarthy's had a couple of stinkers. But that one, as much as the credit goes to Axel Dizazi and Enzo Fernandez, comes with an assist from the Southampton goalkeeper.
I want to take nothing away from the delivery. It's a good delivery. Take nothing away from the header, good header. But I tell you what, if that goal is conceded the other end, Matt, I am fuming. Anyway, Southampton, who have started brightly, by the way, find themselves 1-0 down.
Miller comes across from Manning into the Chelsea penalty area, which is repelled, goes out of play for a Southampton throw, 10 yards up from the corner flag, far side on the left. This is the sort of thing that happens to teams who get relegated, I'm afraid. Another bright start, can see the bag goal. Before you know it, against a team as good as Chelsea, the game can get away from you.
Do you know what, Matt? Sometimes I watch, you and I watch so much football. When a team unexpectedly going to have a look at this again. So it's look.
There's two defenders in front of him before he gets there.
There are two. There's so much wrong with this goal defensively. I can't tell you, and I want to take nothing away from Dizazi because he's the one. If you don't attack the ball, you ain't got to score the goal, and I'm going to give him huge credit for that. But to be allowed to ghost in, I used to unchallenged, unmarked, no one jumps with him. But well done him. But you know what, Matt? Sometimes you watch football matches, and the opening 7 or 8 minutes can be a little bit of a mishmash. One team says you still don't know what the pattern of the game is yet, because Southampton have started all right. We haven't. Yet we're 1-0 up.
As Walker Peters playing one down the line, and Southampton look to attack again. Gusto with some defending to do here. Walker Peters has got it again in the penalty area. Got it back from.
Rebo, and it is now 11 minutes gone. It is Southampton 1, Chelsea 1. Joe Rebo getting himself on the score sheet. Cole Palmer's kick-off goes back to Jorgensen. Upfield it goes, back into Southampton's half on the first attempt. Gusto does get the ball from the clearance, but the referee says there's a free kick in it there for Southampton. A foul on Ryan Fraser, who gets up to his feet quite slowly. Passed out now onto the right anyway. Goes across to Wood from the free kick. Wood goes back to Stevens, just outside of his goalkeeper's area. Back to Lumley. Back out to Stevens again. Now down to Bree. Bree back to Wood. Closed down by Cole Palmer, and now back to Lumley, and now Chelsea not allowing Southampton to have the ball inside their own area. After Chelsea took the 1-0 lead, they were more than comfortable with Southampton holding on to the ball inside their own half, but that's not the case now as Walker Peters wins it back, goes in for the tackle with Cameron Archer and tries to beat Gusto and wins his side of throw-in. About equal with the centre circle inside their own half, out on the left. It is taken by Manning. to Enzo Fernandez, and the free kick's been given against him. I think it's for a handball. Just inside of Chelsea's half again. Pass out now to Bree, back to Wood. Wood takes the ball back into his own half and passes us back to Lumley again, just outside of the area. Up it goes to Walker-Peters, and a chance here for Chelsea. There's a bit of a mistake, and Chelsea make it 2-1, and it was Southampton, the masters of their own downfall, that's gifted that goal to Chelsea. They were allowing Southampton to play about with the ball just outside of their area, and all that hard work to get themselves on level scoreline again is all for nothing. Russell Martin looks very distraught and disappointed with his defence. Bree, Wood, Stevens, Lumley defensively weren't quite sure what to do with the ball. This time it was Wood that played it all the way back to his goalkeeper, and Lumley had plenty of options to pass it out to. Went to Kyle Walker-Peters. There was definitely not going to be a flag as the tackle was made by Madueke. He's played the ball through to Nkunku, who's got an open goal. And regardless of how much time he may have spent on the bench, he's not going to miss an opportunity like that to get himself on the score sheet. And Southampton's best efforts see them now trailing by 2-1 at home to Chelsea, courtesy of the goal from Christopher Nkunku. Has a great goal scoring record in the Conference League, and now for the second time this game, Southampton will get things back underway for us. And it goes back now to Enzo Fernandez, and the free kick's been given against him. I think it's for a handball. Just inside of Chelsea's half again. Pass out now to Bree, back to Wood. Wood takes the ball back into his own half and passes this back to Lumley again, just outside of the area. Up it goes to Walker-Peters, and a chance here for Chelsea. There's a bit of a mistake, and Chelsea make it 2-1, and it was Southampton, the masters of their own downfall, that's gifted that goal to Chelsea. They were allowing Southampton to play about with the ball just outside of their area, and all that hard work to get themselves on level scoreline again is all for nothing. Russell Martin looks very distraught and disappointed with his defence. Bree, Wood, Stevens, Lumley defensively weren't quite sure what to do with the ball. This time it was Wood that played it all the way back to his goalkeeper, and Lumley had plenty of options to pass it out to. Went to Kyle Walker-Peters. There was definitely not going to be a flag as the tackle was made by Madueke. He's played the ball through to Nkunku, who's got an open goal. And regardless of how much time he may have spent on the bench, he's not going to miss an opportunity like that to get himself on the score sheet. And Southampton's best efforts see them now trailing by 2-1 at home to Chelsea, courtesy of the goal from Christopher Nkunku. Has a great goal scoring record in the Conference League, and now for the second time this game, Southampton will get things back underway for us. Goes back now to Stevens, across to Wood, now to Aribo, all the way back to Lumley. Maybe he can get his mistake out of his system. He's been told they've got to go again with it. I think the flag would have stayed down. He wouldn't be an offside anyway, but now he's got to get himself back onside before this free kick can be taken. Well, stood over it is Ryan Manning. Cross comes in towards the middle, headed away. He'll be chased down by João Felix, but the tackle comes in again from Ryan Fraser, and it's out of play for a Chelsea throw-in. On the left-hand side, Cucurella goes across to take it, but doesn't appear to be in a rush to do so. 20 minutes gone at St Mary's Stadium. Southampton 1, Chelsea 2. And now the free kick's been given for offside. So the flag did take a while to go up. And despite losing by 1-0 at the moment, Southampton have had 26 passes made inside Chelsea's final third. Chelsea have only made 6 passes inside Southampton's final third, and they've scored on 2 occasions. Now Dizazi up to midfield for Palmer. Now Caicedo lays this ball off for Fernandez. João Felix puts his arms up wanting the ball. Instead it goes upfield to Palmer again, and Nkunku's making a run through the middle. Madueke's on the right hand side, takes it towards the edge of the area, dribbles this in onto his left foot. Effort's blocked, it's fallen back to Madueke, saved well by Lumley. Now with Palmer still inside the area, onto his left foot. Effort goes goalward, saved well again by Lumley. Holds on to it inside the 6-yard box this time. That first save as Madueke tried to get the ball into the box. Fell back in his favour after a lucky ricochet. And then the effort from Palmer just rolls into the arms of Lumley. Takes it to the edge of the area this time. Long ball upfield it goes. Takes a bounce in front of Aribo. Gets it on the second attempt. Matheus Fernandes loses it to Caicedo though, and a chance for Chelsea to break with João Felix. Onto the edge of the area. Felix continues his run into the area. Felix sends it goalwards, drags it just wide. He's had about 25 yards to make a run forward at that point, and from a Southampton perspective, you'd like to think the defenders are going to close him down. You can't give Chelsea these kind of opportunities because they are eventually going to make you pay for them. And João Felix nearly made them do so on this occasion. Goal kick taken short now by Walker-Peters to Lumley. Takes this towards the edge of the area, and Kunku then closes him down, and he has to get rid of the ball immediately. Up it goes to Adebayo, brings this down and passes it across now to Dizazi. Now across to Adebayo. This pass goes down to João Felix. Felix has options forward for him, gives it to Cole Palmer. Palmer goes back now to Adebayo again. Now across to Dizazi, still outside of the area at the moment. Up it goes to Palmer, and back again to Dizazi, and then back to Jorgensen. Just outside of the 6-yard box at the moment. Jorgensen has to get rid of it now because the pressure comes from Adam Armstrong. Goes across to Dizazi, back to his goalkeeper again. Armstrong closes him down, and Jorgensen has to get rid of the ball with more alertness. Now as Southampton start to put this press on, the ball has been dispossessed and it's with Ryan Manning, tries to beat his man. Feels he's won a corner for it, and that's what's being given. Chelsea now get back to defend this set piece. Again, players moving up from the back for Southampton, as everybody's back for Chelsea to help out defensively. Another in-swinging corner on its way, 23.5 minutes gone. In-swinging corner coming from Bree. James Bree's cross in towards the back post. Headed back across by Cucurella into a dangerous position, but now Madueke lets the ball go and João Felix is making a run. He's got Cucurella making a run down the left for him as well. Through the middle, Madueke's an option. Over the top it goes to Cole Palmer, takes the first touch, second touch from Palmer, and it's saved well by Lumley. He's pushed it onto the post with an outstretched left hand, and it's put behind for a corner by Stevens, but that's a chance for Chelsea to get themselves that insurance goal as Cucurella was making the run, dragging two players out on the left-hand side. It made Southampton come across and open the gap for Cole Palmer. And his first touch just laid it off nicely for his right. And as he tried to catch the goalkeeper wrong-footed, the outstretched arm of Lumley pushes this onto the post. In-swinging corner now from the right to be taken by Cole Palmer. And it goes towards the middle again. Headed goalwards, this time off the bar. And it's out of play for a Southampton goal kick, and they survive another scare. This time the header came from Adebayo. Getting there just ahead of Bree. Gusto was making a run at the back post, hoping to maybe get his head onto it, wanting to steal the goal. But regardless, it is a Southampton goal kick. Goes out short to Fernandes. Tackle comes in from Felix. Now with Madueke. He's got Palmer for support. He's also got Felix. Gives it to Felix. Lays this back off for Madueke, who didn't expect it. From that angle, you kind of expected a shot to be taken 7 yards out, and he chose to play the ball back instead as Cole Palmer brings down to ground Manning, and a free kick's being given to Southampton this time. Now Felix just shakes his head as he walks away from the incident. Should probably have got himself a shot away at that point. But as Walker-Peters slid in, he chose to bring it back to Madueke. There was also Palmer alongside him that could have had a shot. Free kick taken short now to Aribo inside the centre circle. Goes back to Wood, across to Stevens. Stevens now down the line for Manning. With Madueke alongside him. Goes to Cameron Archer. Archer down the line again. This time for the run of Walker-Peters. And back inside for Manning. Manning brought down to ground, and a free kick's being given this time in favour of Chelsea. And Manning back up to his feet. Quite sure what the free kick was given for on this occasion, but Disasi goes across to take it. That's Caicedo alongside him. Instead, Gusto goes across to take the free kick. Plays it back to Disasi, just outside of his own area. Goes back to his goalkeeper inside the area. It's a touch from Jorgensen. Back to Disasi again, still under pressure. Down the line it goes for Gusto. Gusto now for Fernandes. Back to Gusto inside. Space for him to move into. Plays it across for João Felix. He's got the overlap run there from Cucurella. He's chosen to use that pass as well. There are options in the middle for Chelsea. Those sideways again to Felix though. Now to Gusto and now Caicedo. Across to Disasi. Now down to Madueke by the touchline on the right. Sets up for a cross on his left foot and opts instead to go back again to Disasi. And then back into his own half to Adebayo. And then up it goes to Enzo Fernandez, and now for Madueke. Up against Manning. Madueke's got not much support as Walker Peters is back helping out Southampton defensively. Through the middle that pass goes though to Nkunku. And then back to Enzo Fernandez. Now to Nkunku on the edge again. And then he goes back to Disasi. And for Adebayo. Through the middle to Palmer. First touch from Palmer. Nearly gets it away from Wood. But Wood's battling at the moment for Southampton. Takes it onto the right hand side. Continues his run past Cucurella. Cucurella's tackle goes in. Wood thinks that that's going to be a throw into Chelsea. So just knocks the ball away. Gets back into position. And the decision is that it's going to be a throw into Chelsea. It's going to be taken by Marc Cucurella. Goes back to Adebayo again. Once again brings it back inside. Goes across to Disasi. Disasi's pass. On the line it goes now for Madueke. Now for Fernandes. Through to Palmer. Palmer on the edge of the area. Bundled down to ground. And it's a free kick now for Chelsea. In a very dangerous position. Around about 25 yards out. And we've seen what Cole Palmer can do from this sort of distance. And you'd like to think that maybe it's him that's going to step up and take this free kick. João Felix has immediately gone to the ball to put it down on the spot to take the free kick himself. I mean, Palmer may have added some of his own theatrics to that, but he was brought down to ground regardless. João Felix, Enzo Fernandez and Cole Palmer stood over the free kick at the moment. Quite sure who it is that's going to strike this on target. Adebayo's alongside him as well. Now moves away. No Chelsea centre-backs up for this corner. Goes back in towards a defensive position. There's 3 players stood over the free kick, unsure quite what their decision's going to be. Which one of them is going to strike it, or if it's going to be something from the training ground. Palmer's placed it down as the wall's been set. At the moment, Lumley's just organising the positioning for it. He's had a great first half despite conceding 2 as Joe Lumley made, of course, an error that led to one of the goals, but otherwise he's been quite firm in that goal. As Palmer moves away from the free kick, it is Enzo Fernandez stood over it for Chelsea. 25 yards out. Up and over the wall it goes, but it's actually blocked by the head of Ryan Fraser. Falls back to Disasi, heads it back into the middle. Cucurella flicks it on, but João Felix lets it run because he knew he was in an offside position all the way through to the arms of Lumley. Lumley rolls it out now to Walker Peters, takes it to the edge of the area. Walker Peters up towards the halfway line, passes out to Manning. Manning goes all the way back to his goalkeeper and with Lumley. Lumley passes this out now to Aribo. Aribo loses out on possession, but referee says it was unfairly, and it's a free kick to Southampton, and Southampton can breathe a sigh of relief because Moses Caicedo hadn't fouled Aribo in that situation. That was going all the way back through to Cole Palmer. He's going to have a chance on goal, but the free kick's taken short this time to Wood. Goes back to Lumley, chipped over to the left-hand side for Manning. Manning brings it back for Stevens. Stevens back to his goalkeeper again inside the area. Field it goes again, headed away this time by Enzo Fernandez. Cole Palmer comes short for it, but it's won back by Aribo. Aribo's going to chase this down against Moises Caicedo at the moment. Passes it out to Bree, goes down to ground. Nothing given by the referee. Bree back inside to Aribo, now goes all the way back to Stevens. And then Aribo again. Out this time to Fraser. Fraser inside to Matheus Fernandes. And now Wood. Wood all the way back to Lumley. And then Lumley out to Manning again. Manning by the touchline. He's closed down by Gusto. Goes back to his goalkeeper. João Felix is there. And Southampton managed to handle things defensively just for a moment again. Now it's with Bree. Inside to Aribo. Back to Bree. Cucurella's there this time, so he has to go all the way back to Wood. And now back to Lumley, just outside the 6-yard box. Pass across the face of goal. Gives the ball this time to Stevens. And now to Manning. Upfield it goes. It's been let run by Ryan Fraser. He's got space to move into. It's now with Cameron Archer. Cameron Archer takes it to the edge of the area. Options in the middle. He takes it into the area. Onto his right foot. Takes it past Ryan Fraser. Effort's been blocked. And Chelsea have a chance to come away with the ball. Enzo Fernandez will clear his lines. And that was maybe Cameron Archer wasting an opportunity for Southampton down the left-hand side. Throw-in's been taken this time to Walker-Peters. Cross into the box, dealt with by Dizazi, only as far as Madueke. Back to Dizazi again on the edge of the 6-yard box. Closed down by Armstrong. Out to Madueke, brought down to ground. Free kick to Chelsea on the edge of their own area. I think that one was very much Cameron Archer on the left-hand side making a break. He was up against Gusto, who couldn't quite commit, which allowed some space there for Ryan Fraser if he just dragged that inside. Chose to bring it in instead. Now the pass is out from Jorgensen. Gets it to Gusto. Gusto this time goes through to João Felix. Brought down to ground and a free kick's given against Matheus Fernandes this time. Just inside Chelsea's half. Into the last 15 minutes of the first half. Caicedo takes the short free kick across to Gusto. Now to Madueke. Through it goes to Palmer inside the area. Palmer up against it at the moment. Against Fernandes. Brings it back to Madueke again. And back to Palmer. Palmer tries to beat Matheus Fernandes, but the Southampton midfielder is not giving him space at all. Dizazi goes across to Adebayo. And back to Dizazi. And then down the line to Palmer again. Inside this time, he finds a lot of space for Caicedo. Now for João Felix. João Felix to Madueke inside the area. Onto his left foot. Madueke tries to get a shot away and puts it into the bottom corner. And it's a third goal for Chelsea, courtesy of Noni Madueke. And when Southampton go up one side, and you might get a glimmer of thinking that Southampton are going to pull one back, draw things level, it is Chelsea that strike again. This time it is with Madueke on the right. Brings it inside of the area. There's too much space again for Chelsea's attacking players. There's no way João Felix should have that much space. And he can dribble it across and give it to Madueke, who brings it inside. There's two Southampton players that eventually get to him to try and close him down. It's Manning and Walker-Peters. But he shouldn't have that much space in the first place. And it's just given him the time to pick his place inside the goal and just put it across the face of Joe Lumley. And it is now Southampton 1, Chelsea 3, and this hill is becoming a mountain for Russell Martin's side. More good news for Enzo Maresca though, and that is that Newcastle have taken the lead against Liverpool. Which means if Chelsea can hold on to these 3 points, which based on how they've approached it since taking a 2-1 lead, you'd expect them to. Newcastle can hold on to things against Liverpool. We might very well be looking at a 6-point gap between first and second. Pass out now to Bree. Inside Chelsea's half. Up it goes to Aribo. Aribo against Cucurella now. Still has support to his side. The ball has ricocheted back off him from a tackle from Cucurella though, and it's going to be a throw-in to Chelsea. Deep inside their own half. So Martin just instructing players to push forward and try and keep that possession inside Chelsea's half at the moment. Southampton have gained just 1 point from a losing position so far this season. So the form book really isn't in their favour at the moment, but neither is this performance. Felix now out to Gusto. Into Southampton's half again. Out to Madueke. Madueke onto the edge of the area. Through ball it goes for Fernandes. Across the face of goal it goes. Headed goalwards. Lands on top of the net from Nkunku. Chelsea just going from strength to strength at the moment. And you'd like to think there may even be another goal in it for them now. This one just over the bar and landing on top of the goal. But Nkunku's already got a goal to his names so far in this game will feel confident. He's got to try and keep Nicholas Jackson out of this starting lineup. He is the club's top goal scorer, and now there's a chance again for Chelsea. Tackle made this time by Wood. It was a very important tackle because Chelsea had no goalkeeper again, with Lumley passing the ball out this time to Cole Palmer. Southampton, while they might be alright playing the ball out from the back, it's only good when you've got the players that are able to do so, and Lumley nearly costing Southampton another goal. Crossing this time from Manning. Archer gets the cross across the face of goal, but it's put out of play by Enzo Fernandez, and it's a corner now to Southampton. One stat they are winning on is the amount of corners in this game. In-swinging corner expected now from James Bree. It's his first Premier League start of the season. He's going to put an in-swinging corner in the box now for his captain Jack Stevens amongst other Southampton players. And Cucurella has gone down to the ground holding onto his head. Both him and Stevens were running into the box, and Jack Stevens just looks more disappointed than anything that the fact that Cucurella has gone down holding on to his head. And maybe a VAR check to see just what happens at this point, but Stevens and Cucurella going up against it, and Stevens just pulls onto his hair slightly, and Cucurella has gone down holding onto his hair. I think he might have exaggerated that slightly, and that might have put the referee off the idea of giving a yellow card. But the in-swinging corner is on its way. No booking given to Stevens either. In fact, the referee is going to go over and have a look at VAR now. He has been called over to have a look at the screen by Matt Donoghue. So there might still be a booking, if not a red card in it. Surely not a red card for Jack Stevens. I'm not quite... They are saying a possible red card, violent conduct. So Tony Harrington has been sent over to have a look at the screen on the potential of a red card for Jack Stevens for pulling on the hair of Marc Cucurella. And this would really surprise me. A yellow card? Maybe. I think a red card is definitely way too harsh. And while Southampton are up against it at the moment, surely it's not going to be a red card as the decision. He's just speaking to Manning at the moment, who's moving across. It is going to be a red card. This is outstanding. It's a red card for Jack Stevens. I thought maybe a yellow card would have been fair, but Jack Stevens has been sent off for while Southampton are in an attacking position with an attacking corner. He's pulled on the hair of Marc Cucurella. It's not a full-on pull of the hair as well. It's a gentle tug of the hair of Marc Cucurella, who's gone down to ground and maybe oversold it. But the referees looked at that, and Tony Harrington has been spoken to by Matt Donoghue in charge of VAR. Jack Stevens shook his head when he saw Cucurella go down to ground. He's now shaking his head as he leaves the field. But the Southampton captain has been sent off. And I can't help but feel that is a very harsh decision to send him off. Well, the armband's been passed on, and while Southampton are down by 2 goals, they're now also down their captain, and they're down to 10 men. Welcome to the 21st century of football. In-swinging corner on its way from Bree as things get back underway for Southampton. Headed goalwards, this time by Archer. Can't quite get to the rebound in time. He's gone down to ground after a collision with Jorgensen. He's slow to get back up to his feet. And Chelsea will now feel a bit more confident defensively. And the referee has now just stopped things again, as he's moving Southampton players away. And I feel like this has gone in favour of Chelsea for the collision that Jorgensen has just had with a Southampton player. So at the back post, the header went goalwards. It was actually Fernandez that headed it goalwards. Then as he got back to his feet, he collided with Jorgensen. Jorgensen spilled the ball, it's worth saying, as well from the save. And as Fernandez has gone in towards the challenge, Fernandez has gone down to ground, and the referee's given it back to Jorgensen and said Chelsea can continue with the ball. Pass out to Caicedo. Now to Felix. Across to Palmer. Turns on the ball. Out onto the right-hand side with Fernandez. Fernandez goes back to Gusto this time. Inside to Palmer. Powerful pass, though, and his first touch loses possession. Wins it back, though. Tries to get that ball across to Nkunku, but it's won back by Wood. Now to Manning. Manning back across now to Bree, and then Walker-Peters. Walker-Peters moved from left centre-back into a right-back position, and it's Bree and Wood as your two centre-backs now, with Manning on the left. Armstrong gets the ball, passes it all the way back again to Wood, who is under pressure, has to go across to Manning. Manning tries to beat Madueke, and he goes down to ground. He holds onto his ankle. It's going to be a free kick this time in favour of Southampton, just on the edge of their area. Well, this first half certainly hasn't been short of entertainment. We are 3 minutes away from any added time and then the half-time whistle here at St Mary's Stadium. It's Southampton 1, Chelsea 3. We've seen 4 goals, 2 mistakes and a red card. A game that always brings the goods. Chelsea have only lost 3 games in the last 28 Premier League games though. And those 3 defeats have been against Arsenal, Liverpool and Manchester City, so almost certain title contenders. And they currently hold a 2-goal advantage and a 1-player advantage over Southampton. What are the words of Russell Martin going to be at half-time? Upfield it goes from Lumley. Brought down by Archer, tackle made by Gusto. Still in play, won back by Manning. Gives it to Archer. Now across to Walker-Peters. Walker-Peters looks down the line again for support. Tackle comes in this time from Enzo Fernandez. Doesn't win it back. Walker-Peters to Armstrong. Brings it inside of Cucurella onto his left foot across the face of goal. Dealt with by Dizazi. Southampton aren't giving up yet. And Wood now battling at the moment with Nkunku. Wins it back for Southampton. Goes back to his goalkeeper. Now out it goes to Manning. Manning goes back again this time to Wood. And now down to Ryan Fraser, who has to come back for it. And now to Lumley. Back out again to Wood. And now Manning. Searches down the line for Fraser. He's brought that down. Tries to beat his man again, but it's won back in the middle by Matheus Fernandes. Now to Cameron Archer. Still has that run from Fraser. Fraser on the left-hand side gets the ball. He's got Armstrong at the back post. Cross goes in towards the middle. Dealt with comfortably by Cucurella. Armstrong wanted more on the cross. Wasn't going to get it. Now Caicedo comes out with the ball. Gives it to João Felix. Now to Cole Palmer up towards the halfway line. Across to Cucurella. Cucurella back to Palmer again. Just holds on to possession inside his own half. Doesn't have too much pressure coming his way. Does have Caicedo across from him in support. Stays still on the ball until Archer gets to him. Passes it across now though to Gusto. Gusto out wide to Madueke. And then back to Gusto again. Tackle comes in this time from Matheus Fernandes. He's forced that pass back to Dizazi. And now for Adebayo. Up it goes to Gusto again. Now down to Cole Palmer and a chance for Chelsea once more. Through it goes to Nkunku. First touch is well done. And then Wood gets the tackle in to knock it away from him. And Walker-Peters will clear this further. Down the line it goes for Aribo. Back to Walker-Peters again. Takes a deflection off Cucurella and out of play this time for a throw-in. And that pass from Palmer just found the gap. It was inch perfect. And the first touch from Nkunku, it needed the tackle to come in there from Wood. He just poked his foot around the side of Nkunku's before he could get the shot away. Short goal kick taken to Wood though. Out now to Manning. Clearance is blocked by Madueke and it's out of play for a throw-in again. It's going to be taken this time by Manning. Still has an option there of Aribo. Goes short for him. Passes it back now to Bree. Bree out right now to Walker-Peters. Inside to Adam Armstrong. And back to Bree. And down to Walker-Peters again. 5 minutes at a time at the end of this first half. And we are now into it. Goes back to Lumley. Upfield it goes towards the halfway line. Headed away by Cucurella. Brought down this time by Aribo. Has Ryan Fraser on the left. Finds the pass to him. He's still got Cameron Archer and Adam Armstrong for support. Overlapping run being made now by Manning. Manning gets the ball. Takes it to the byline. Crosses blocked by Gusto. It's going to be a Southampton corner on the left-hand side this time. Chelsea back in numbers as Southampton can't commit as many forward. This time they go for a short corner. It's now with Walker-Peters crossing towards the back post. Caught by Jorgensen inside his 6-yard box. Quick to throw this ball out as well onto his left-hand side into space. And Lumley's had to come out and win it back for Southampton. Puts it out of play into the stands for a throw-in for Chelsea. But He had to get there as well because Southampton was short at the back and João Felix was making a run down that left-hand side. Could have caused all sorts of problems. Cucurella goes back this time for Adebayo. Inside to Gusto. Cucurella, I think he's been given this as a foul throw, in fact, and it's Southampton's throw-in because Cucurella lifted his foot as he made the throw-in. Not very often you see in the Premier League foul throws be given. And now it's with Nkunku. They've won it back anyway from Southampton's throw-in, and it's back to Palmer. As Madueke to his right, gives it to Madueke in the area. Back to Palmer again. Across it goes. It's been blocked, and Fernandes will clear it as far as the edge of the area. Caicedo fancies a shot, and it's been blocked by João Felix inside the area. Then brought down to ground is Nkunku. It's headed back this time by Wood. Nkunku stayed down on ground. He's slow to get back up. Doesn't look anything too serious as Lumley comes out with the ball to the edge of his area. As that fell to Caicedo, it's been blocked by the outstretched foot of his midfield partner. Now with Cameron Archer. Takes it into Chelsea's half to Ryan Fraser into the area. His slide tackle puts it across the face of goal, but the one time he manages to get it across to Adam Armstrong, Armstrong hadn't quite got that far up the field yet. It's now with Jorgensen. Passes this out now to Adebayo. Adebayo now to Gusto, and now to Caicedo. Caicedo again up towards the halfway line. Of course it goes to Enzo Fernandez. And now to Gusto again. Takes it into Southampton's half this time. Just finished 3 of the 5 additional minutes. Gusto goes inside to Caicedo. Now out onto the left-hand side for Cucurella. Chelsea just happy to hold on to possession and see this through until half-time. Regroup and go again with a 2-goal advantage. Gusto. If there's a chance though that is going to fall their way, you bet they're going to do the best to take it. As Madueke's cross goes in towards the middle, it's fallen to João Felix, who can't just get enough on it to direct it on target, and it goes out of play for a goal kick. Making a run at the back post, and Walker-Peters wasn't quite sure what to do with it. Good ball in from Noni Madueke. Run was being made, he saw that run being made, and Walker-Peters felt it was too dangerous to get much on it. And in the end, João Felix can't direct it on target. Comes off the studs of his right boot and out of play for a Southampton goal kick. Lumley will not be going short with this goal kick for the first time in this first half as we enter to the final minute of the first half. Up it goes towards Manning, headed down by Caicedo. And back again this time to Gusto, to Dizazi, across to Adebayo. Up it goes to Caicedo. Caicedo up towards the halfway line. Has Madueke wide right, finds Madueke in space again. Nkunku, Palmer, all in the middle. Madueke has a shot goalwards, it's blocked, it's out of play. It's going to be a Chelsea corner, and potentially the last attack of the half will be Chelsea's 3rd corner of the game. But again, Southampton really haven't learnt, because Chelsea, again creating those spaces. Now to Madueke into the area. Hopes for a little back-heeled through ball to João Felix. Can't quite get it away. Chelsea attempt a short corner of their own. Now the clearance that comes from Fraser is blocked by Madueke, and it's out of play for a corner for Southampton that's going to be taken by Ryan Manning. And a lot to do on that left-hand side with Madueke alongside him. And the referee isn't going to allow the throw-in to be taken. He is going to call a break to the game as we reach the halfway mark. It is at St Mary's. It's been very entertaining. We've seen it all. There's been a red card for Jack Stevens, and Southampton trail at half-time. At St Mary's, it is Southampton 1, Chelsea 3.
flurry of goals in the Fleetwood-Doncaster game. It's now Fleetwood 2, Doncaster 2 in League 2. 0-0 here at the Emirates. As Manchester United with Ugarte, who played for Amorim at Sporting. So he is one player that Ruben Amorim will know inside out. Back to Maguire. Now Mazraoui, who's really stepped on in this new system. The number 3 playing it forward towards Garnacho. And then pass from Ugarte, but that is straight at Zinchenko. And now forward to Martinelli. And Martinelli goes round Bruno Fernandes, who goes down and puts the challenge in, and it's out of play for a throw into Arsenal down the left-hand side. Back to Birmingham City, Stockport in League One. Sani Rudravajala.
Alfie Mays doubled the difference. Birmingham 2, Stockport 0. A deflected effort on 26 and a tap-in 9 minutes later. But Birmingham City keeper Ryan Alsop pulled up a superb save from Villaloni, Louis Barry, and then a brilliant double save from Kyle Wootton as well. Birmingham 2, Stockport 0 at the break.
Manchester United, strong challenge on Havertz. Harry Maguire breaks forward. It's Garnacho who's in possession. Garnacho running the ball towards the edge of the box. Maguire's on the left wing. Maguire then playing it back to Fernandes. Mikel Arteta raises both of his arms. Arsenal and Mikel Arteta did the double over Manchester United last season. In fact, if Arsenal win tonight, the long history between these two great clubs, and of course they will play each other in the FA Cup next month as well after the draw on Monday night. If Arsenal win tonight, it'll be the first time Arsenal have ever won 4 consecutive league matches against Manchester United. De Ligt now to the far side. Gallo plays it into the centre circle, and Arsenal have got it back. So back to Villa Park and Sarah Mulkerrins.
Villa 0, Brentford 0, but the hosts getting into this a little bit more. Digne had a good effort, flash across the face. The goalie was looking for the head of McGinn, and then Morgan Rogers from the left found Ollie Watkins inside the area. Watkins though found the hands of keeper Flecken. It's 0-0.
And commentary on that online, Charlie Slater and Kevin Nolan. If you find it, that's who you'll hear. Bukayo Saka for Arsenal. Arsenal on the right wing. He goes in between Malacia and Garnacho. Then Odegaard. He manages to find a position there. He brings so much more to Arsenal. You know, just that one change. You were talking about it to Kelly, is he, before the game, but you know, he really makes them tick, the Norwegian captain.
And to come back in the side and the form he's in, you know, there's always a little bit of a period of scepticism around how a player of that quality is going to come back in. We've seen it with De Bruyne in recent years. How is he going to come back into the side? But Odegaard, it's just the same.
Yeah, missed 12 matches in the time that he was out with that ankle injury. Manchester United with it on the edge of their own box. Mazraoui right-footed out towards Gallo. Gallo infield to Ugarte. Still 7 or 8 yards inside his own half. Bruno Fernandes knows that Odegaard is coming, so just flicks it back to Harry Maguire. So 0-0 here at the Emirates as Manchester United. Maguire hits a long pass, but Raya is able to feel that on the edge of his own penalty area. Any sign of a goal in the big match in the Premiership with you at Pittodrie, Kenny Crawford?
0-0 at the moment, John. Aberdeen 0, Celtic 0. 33 minutes gone. The 2 shots on target have gone Aberdeen's way. Louis Lopez, the Lisbon-born forward, but the problem is that they've both been straight at Kasper Schmeichel, who's gathered them. So it's Aberdeen 0, Celtic 0.
Yes, I saw his dad. Did you see him earlier, Peter Schmeichel, who was down in the media area? You know, you think of Arsenal, Manchester United, and Peter Schmeichel very much comes to mind.
Yeah, he's never far away from a Manchester United fixture. I've seen him quite regularly.
Frankly, he's never far away from any fixture. I seem to see him at every single match I go to, whether it's in the Premier League or wherever we go. Here's Maguire, right-footed ball out towards the far side. Declan Rice, though, is in position, or he's being chased by Mason Mount, who forced him to pass it all the way back to Raya. And then Raya plays it out to Declan Rice. I remember him scoring one of the late goals in the 3-1 win that Arsenal had against Manchester United here last season. Gabriel Jesus sealed it right at the end. He's on the bench tonight. And Manchester United going back to their goalkeeper, Anana, who's on the D on the edge of his own area. Mazraoui trying to do too much. Saka's dispossessed him. Odegaard now, this could open up for Arsenal. Odegaard back to Saka, heavy-ish touch.
And maximum comfort for trade and industry Specialist with award-winning product innovations. Portwest only uses world-class stretch or protective fabrics, trims and technologies.
Joe Lumley's just moved from. Goes how to play for a goal kick. No changes to tell you about at the half. So Southampton sticking with the back four that they've adapted to since the red card for Jack Stevens, and that is Walker-Peters on the right, Brian Wood as the centre halves with Manning on the left, then Armstrong, Aribo, Fernandes and Fraser. That is going to go in favour of Ryan Fraser. In fact, Adam Armstrong. Up, João Felix on his way through. It's a free kick inside Southampton's half for Chelsea. Taken short now to Gusto. Gusto now to Palmer. That is going to go in favour of Ryan Fraser. In fact, Adam Armstrong. On the line it goes to Cucurella. Quick 1-2 between him and Felix, and he gets the ball back. Felix goes back this up. João Felix on his way through. It's a free kick inside Southampton's half for Chelsea. Taken short now to Gusto. Gusto now to Palmer. That is going to go in favour of Ryan Fraser. In fact, Adam Armstrong. Fernandes still with Manning at the moment. Loses out, but only momentarily as Fraser gets the ball on the left-hand side. Still going to chase down. He's plenty of space. Has the run through the middle of Cameron Archer. Holds his run. Gets the ball off of him and gives it back to Ryan Fraser. Free kick inside Southampton's half for Chelsea. Taken short now to Gusto. Gusto now to Palmer. To Aribo. Aribo back to Fernandes.
I'm talking about. Look to hurt them as quick and as early as you can without having to touch them making the pass. Felix. Gusto's read it. Was it Felix that read it and he just played the ball, punched it into Palmer. Palmer couldn't bring it over his spell.
It's away. I say they're trying to win it back for Chelsea, but Walker-Peters emerges with the ball over halfway here, driving forward. Walker-Peters, space for Armstrong right hand side. He hasn't got his head up. Still going, and he just ran straight into Tosin. So frustrating.
Chance now. Chance now.
Here comes the break with Enzo Fernandes.
They're all over the place.
Referee got in the way.
Go on, keep. Oh, that. Play it early. Play it early. honestly, what a disappointment. Southampton, 4 players in advance of the ball. You do the maths when you go down to 10 men, and the referee, it's not his fault. Felix should not be finding the referee's feet.
Here's Gusto. Right hand side for Madueke. Palmer in field of him. Madueke just walking pace up against Fraser into the penalty area. Now he makes it quicker, stands up across to the back post, and Kunku wanted it. Touched behind by Walker-Peters for a corner.
Yeah, Madueke there, he's just toying. That's what he's so good, because his game has improved since last year. He can go both ways, left and right. He's so good when he comes inside, as he's already proven here today. But the game against Luton last season, if you remember, he can score with his right and his left. So he's a real problem. There was an overlapping run. I think it may well have been Gusto that made the run. And if he had just held that, Gusto was in a little bit of space. Anyway, Chelsea have another corner.
Curtis Jones has equalised for Liverpool, 1-1 at Newcastle there. Enzo Fernandez, who's already set up 1 goal from a corner, looking to do the same here. Someone a bit deeper. Oh, Lumley nowhere near it again, and Tosin smacks it off the post. Unlucky from him. Again, the goalkeeper all at sea. Palmer then drives on him from long range, which goes wide.
Oh, should be 4-1. I mean, I'm not taking no criticism against Tosin. It's overhit the corner. Tosin brings it down on the edge of the apex of the 6-yard box from the opposite side of the corner state, brings it in his chest, lashes it with his laces, ricochets off. I mean, the keeper's got no idea where the ball is. He's looking around. He just hears the noise, the ricochet on the posts. Oh, that 4-1 there. We could have scored 2 already in the second half.
He's just booted it out of play for a throw on halfway to Chelsea. Enzo Maresca standing in the rain but not letting it bother him. On the edge of his technical area, as is Russell Martin.
Maresca's start to his Chelsea career has been pretty darn good, I have to say.
His team have scored 17 goals away from home in the Premier League so far. That's more than anybody else. Still plenty of this game left to add to that total. Correa in for Caicedo. Here's Enzo Fernandez. And goes out wide right for Madueke. Madueke into the penalty area, defenders in his way, goes back to Palmer, edge of the box, try to feed it for Cucurella, deflected off a Rebo.
Yeah, runners everywhere at the moment for Chelsea. Yeah, that numerical advantage is really starting to show.
Here's Felix in the box off first time for Nkunku, who moved it to Palmer. His shot saved, and somehow Madueke can't score the follow-up. Credit the defender with the block. But Chelsea could have had another 3 goals in the opening 9 minutes of the second half.
They're all over the place. This is Klingon football. They do well to get away with this. Ball worked on the left-hand side. It's a lovely piece of skill there from Felix. Plays it into Nkunku. He lets the ball go to Palmer. Keeper manages to push it away from the goal. It ricochets off his inside of his elbow. Madueke can't quite get there quick enough. This is no joke. We could have scored 3 in this second half, and we're not even 10 minutes into it.
It's actually fantastic clearance from Manning to get in the way of Madueke.
Yeah, he reads it. He's sharp. Toes it away for a corner.
5th of the game for Chelsea. Over it comes from Palmer, and Nkunku attacking it, but beaten to it by a defender. Matheus Fernandes will be able to get it away. Right off Dizazi for a Southampton throw. 10 gone second half, 3-1.
Just waiting for the 4th goal. First goal this second half, just waiting for it, aren't we? I think everyone on the ground's waiting for it, mate.
I think it's inevitable at the moment. Correa with the ball in his hands, tosses it to Felix. Interesting to see how long it'll be before Enzo Maresca makes a change.
Yeah, Sam and I spoke about this in the half-time interlude. I think he'll probably want 1 more goal then to start really looking ahead to Sunday's game. Spurs, of course, don't play until tomorrow. We're at Bournemouth. They have 24 hours less rest. Madueke's found a lot of space.
Right-hand side, near the point of the penalty area, going to float it in. Lovely ball for Cucurella around the back stick. Didn't really attack it with much meaning, and it drifts harmlessly behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, Walker-Peters, who's on the right now, has just done enough. They're trying to play out for the back. Chelsea all over him like a rash, squeezing Southampton back. They're in trouble. They're in trouble. What's he doing?
Wood trying to get away with it. Cleared it, hit Madueke out for a Southampton throw. Meanwhile, Villa 2 up on Brentford. Ollie Watkins penalty. And Craig Dawson's put through his own net. Can't remember the last time Everton scored 3 goals in a game. Not a good look for Gary O'Neill, though. His Wolves side being handily beaten at Goodison at the moment.
That result is quite damning, actually.
Meanwhile, Manning gets a free kick. After being the meat and the sandwich between Palmer and Madueke.
Let's be a bit more ruthless. Could have had 3 in the second half, and you just want to put the game to bed now. Bury it.
Over the free kick for Southampton. Just cleaning some turf off his boots. Takes a big puff of breath and then thumps it up. They're going short with that one, straight onto the head of Tosin now. He nods it back to Fernandes. Matthias Fernandes, that is his Manning. And all the way back to Wood. He's going to think about bringing his goalkeeper into play, but he's nervous to do so. Eventually he does. Lumley doesn't really want it there. Gave it to Aribo. He did well under pressure from Caicedo. Touch from Manning. I think Caicedo would be one who could maybe come off, just purely because he's not really needed in this game, is he? Given away to Felix, chance here.
Offense.
To get the 4th. Felix finding Enzo Fernandez, edge of the penalty area. Laid it off.
It goes again. To Chelsea territory, headed away in the direction of Madueke. Wood passes this to Armstrong, and now Fernandes. Up it goes to Fraser. Fraser has to try and get away from Chelsea's players. There's 3 players surrounding him at that point, and his pass across has been won back by João Felix. Into the middle it goes here for Enzo Fernandez. Takes it into the area. Lines one up for Madueke. Tries to beat his man. Good tackle made by Matthäus Fernandes. Chance now for Southampton to maybe break away on the left hand side. He's got Cameron Archer for support. Down the line it goes. He's up against Gusto. Archer brings it inside. Finally gets the overlapping run from Aribo. Through ball it goes. It's with Aribo now. Brings it back. A chance for Southampton. Saved well. Handball being called for at that point by Aribo, but it's not been given, and Chelsea break away. Southampton still want a handball, and maybe VAR will have a look at this, but it's with Chelsea on the left-hand side now. Chance here with Nkunku, finds Palmer. Palmer's effort's been blocked, and then the second attempt put out of play for a corner by Bree. Southampton still wanting a penalty at the opposite end, and there was a chance that they could have brought it back to 3-2 just for a moment. Just looking at the replay now to see if it was offside, as Archer, lovely through ball to Aribo, he was onside, brings it back, definitely onside. Ooh, did that come off the hand of Cucurella to knock it out of the path there of Matthäus Fernandes? His first effort's blocked. Ooh, I think it has. I think that has come off the hand of Cucurella, who's pushed it out of the way of it falling back to Matthäus Fernandes. And the referee is just telling them to wait with the corner a moment, as he's now speaking to Matthäus Fernandes. He's going over to VAR now. Have we got a second intervention from Matt Donoghue? He's been called over to VAR. I think we might be looking at a Southampton penalty here. Now, the microphone is in fact broken, so he might not be looking at VAR. He might not actually have had the word from Matt Donoghue if he needs to look at VAR. We're just going to have a moment's pause whilst the referee, Tony Harrington, goes to change his officiating equipment. And we'll see if there is a potential of a penalty in it for Southampton. Now, when Matthäus Fernandes was talking to Tony Harrington about it on the edge of the area, Tony Harrington's gesture suggests that he's waving away the penalty claim. He's not allowing it. So we'll see what the decision is, if he can get a word from Matt Donoghue, or if we stick with the on-field decision. He's currently in the dugout area, just connecting a new microphone setup, just to make sure he can hear all the officials. And we will have 2 changes being made by Southampton in the meantime. One of those getting ready to come on is Kamaldeen Sulemana. The other one coming on is Ben Brereton Diaz. Of course, with Sheffield United last season. Hasn't had the greatest run of form. The referee just makes his way back out onto the field now. As those 2 changes are now going to be made for Southampton. Just before they do take this defending, or before Chelsea take this defending corner. And the first player coming off is going to be Ryan Fraser. It's his 3rd game back after spending a bit of time on the sidelines through injury, and that's Kamaldeen Sulemana that's going to come on in his place. And we've got 3 minutes against Brighton. Going to get more now. The other one is Ben Brereton Diaz that's coming on. No more for target man approach. He's coming on for Adam Armstrong. So the expectation is that Brereton Diaz will go on and partner up front Cameron Archer. The 2 both at Sheffield United, in fact, last season. Have a bit of a connection already. And I think the outcome is that it's not going to be a penalty, and Southampton will have this set piece to defend. Brereton Diaz gets back into the box, and it's an in-swinging corner about to be taken by Enzo Fernandez. With options in the middle, Dizazi, Adebayo are the 2 options. Adebayo's been dealt with by Matheus Fernandes, so we'll have another intervention before we get the corner to be taken. Adebayo just been spoken to, as is Matheus Fernandes. And while Enzo Fernandez gets ready to take this corner. In it goes towards the middle, punched away by Lumley, chased down by Madueke, just outside of the area at the moment. Passes this back to Caicedo, now to Gusto. Cross one more again to Cole Palmer. Switches this onto his right hand side, but it's won back by Walker Peters. Now down the line to Archer. Archer back inside this time to Aribo. Aribo across to Wood. Up towards the halfway line. He's got plenty of space to take it. Aribo just sits for him as he switches this onto the left hand side. In plenty of space here is Sulemana. Sulemana takes it into the area. He's up against Gusto now. Tries to get his cross away. Gusto will clear his lines. It's only gone as far as Manning though. Manning brings this down now for Archer again. Archer dribbles this into the area. Ball across the face of goal, held well by Jorgensen. Just calms things down. 63 minutes gone at St Mary's. Southampton 1, Chelsea 3. Well, Newcastle have taken the lead over Liverpool again. They're leading by 2-1 now. It's a goal by Anthony Gordon. And Zazi passes this out to Caicedo. Allows Chelsea to close that gap to 6 points. Enzo Fernandez onto the right now to find Madueke. Is this a chance for Chelsea up against bottom of the league that have 10 players? Is this a chance for Chelsea to maybe capitalise on a bit of goal difference here? Gain a bit more of an advantage. Caicedo back to Adebayo. And now Dizazi. And now Gusto. Gusto's pass down the line goes to Madueke. Inside that pass goes. It goes to Cole Palmer. It gets all the way through. Lays this off for Cucurella. Cucurella chips it in. It's fallen to Madueke. Saved well again by Lumley. And it's fallen once again to Aribo. He'll dribble this out from his area. Tries to get the pass off, and Southampton playing with it very dangerously in their own area again. Matheus Fernandez finally gets the pass off to Walker Peters, and a chance now for Southampton to break, this time on the right hand side. Walker Peters into a dangerous area, finds the pass to Brereton Diaz. Walker Peters continues his overlapping run, lays it back to Brereton Diaz on the edge of the area, and now Walker Peters does get it. Across the face of goal it goes. It's blocked by Cucurella and out of play for a Southampton corner. Really thought Cucurella in that final third then for Chelsea was going to have a strike on goal, but you really expected when he chipped that in towards Madueke him to put it past the goalkeeper, but it's saved well by Lumley. And at that point the arm just goes up from Madueke to say, what else have I got to do? Now he might have conceded 3 goals, but I think Lumley's given a very good argument for why he could be a mainstay in this Southampton lineup, despite Aaron Ramsdale being a new signing for Southampton. Now to Manning again. Cross goes in, blocked. Falls as far as Matheus Fernandes. Goes back to the centre circle with a pass now to Brie. Brie back through again, now to Aribo. Out wide for Walker-Peters. Cross goes in towards the middle, towards Brereton Diaz. It's headed away, and it's with Enzo Fernandez and a chance for Chelsea to break. On the right-hand side, he plays that through this time for Madueke and back for Enzo Fernandez. It's a weak pass that Gusto's going to have to try and get to first, but Cameron Archer gets back and helps out Southampton and wins possession back. Now to Aribo. Through it goes to Walker-Peters. Holds up play. Out onto the right-hand side, but it's won back by Cucurella into João Felix. Felix across now to Enzo Fernandez, and now for Caicedo. His pass is blocked out, and it's won back by Sulemana. Again inside the centre circle. He's forced to go back this time to Brie. Down the line to Walker-Peters. Further one over now to Brereton Diaz. Walker-Peters continues his push forward. And to Aribo, won back by João Felix. Turns on the ball as well. Takes the ball forward with Chelsea. Then eventually gets fouled and wins a free kick inside his own half. And just inside his own half as well. Well, Everton now go 4 goals up against Wolves. So, goal difference certainly not helping them. Well, not helping Wolves. It's doing a lot though for this Southampton side. Even though they are losing and remaining 4 points behind, the goal difference could prove pivotal come the end of the season. And a very busy Christmas period of fixtures, of course. Now with Gusto. Goes back towards his own half with the pass to Adebayo. Now for Dizazi. Dizazi. It goes now for Palmer. And now to Madueke. On the touchline on the right-hand side, brings it into the edge of the area. Madueke still on his left foot, lines one up for a shot, plays it across to Cucurella instead. Does have options in the middle, gives it to Caicedo, who lines up a shot, chips it over towards the back post. Gusto across the face of goal, headed away though this time by Wood. It's out of play for a Chelsea throw-in by the corner flag. Chelsea are knocking, they are trying to get themselves this 4th goal. They know how important it could be. Gusto now going across to take it. Goes short for Fernandez. Fernandez passes this to Adebayo. Now to Dizazi. Back to Adebayo again. Now to Fernandez. Enzo Fernandez with space to move into. Has that overlapping run from Gusto. Gets there first and this cross goes in. It's been put away by Wood. Gusto now heads it back again to Madueke. He was in a challenge there with Sulemana. Now with Madueke, takes it into the area, still on his left foot, to the edge of the 6-yard box, across the face of goal. Dealt with well though by Brereton Diaz. He's still with Chelsea possession though, with Gusto on the right-hand side. Madueke slow to get back into an onside position, which means Gusto can't yet make that pass. Instead goes to Enzo Fernandez on the edge of the area. And back across to Dizazi again, now Enzo Fernandez. Inside it goes. And then Fernandez again on the edge of the area. Now for Cole Palmer. Back towards Enzo Fernandez. It's fallen to Madueke. Saved again by Lumley. Headed away. Back to Madueke once again. By the byline at this point. Now to Gusto. There'll certainly be questions asked if Lumley doesn't get the player of the match from Southampton. I understand it may go in a different direction for Chelsea, but he's been outstanding for this Southampton side. They've been very much up against it, like the majority of this second half. Zazi switches this across. Brought down by Gusto, still on the edge of the area at the moment. Inside to Fernandez. Fernandez across again to Caicedo. Now goes back to Dizazi. Insidewards to Adebayo. Chelsea camped inside Southampton's half at the moment. Cucurella on the left-hand side, just outside of the area. Inside this time for Nkunku, who's come short for it, just to get involved with passage of play, I guess. Now to Enzo Fernandez and back to Nkunku. Now to Cucurella. Cucurella inside again. And to Enzo Fernandez. Now for Adebayo. Adebayo out left. Into space finds Cucurella. Cucurella back inside to Caicedo. And then for Nkunku. Caicedo again, and Nkunku. Nice footwork between the two of them. Keeps possession with Chelsea, but they have moved back towards their own half now. Cucurella gets it, and Nkunku's bundled to ground. Wants a free kick, nothing given. So now with Adebayo switched over to the right-hand side, brought down by Gusto into the path of Madueke. The run's been made by Palmer. Palmer gets the ball on the edge of the area. Still has Gusto to his right. Gives the ball to Gusto on the edge of the area. Back centre it goes again for Enzo Fernandez. And across to João Felix, and back to Fernandez again. Now to João Felix. Fernandez goes back to Disasi, and now Caicedo. Now Felix. Over it goes to Madueke. Can he keep it in play? Looks like he... Offence. His goalkeeper. First touch out this time to Aribo, and then back out to Wood again. Wood passes this to Armstrong, and now Fernandez. Up it goes to Fraser. Fraser has to try and get away from Chelsea's players. There's 3 players surrounding him at that point, and his pass across has been won back by João Felix. Into the middle it goes here for Enzo Fernandez, takes it into the area, lines one up for Madueke, tries to beat his man. Good tackle made by Matheus Fernandez. Chance now for Southampton to maybe break away on the left hand side. He's got Cameron Archer for support. Down the line it goes, he's up against Gusto. Archer brings it inside. Finally gets the overlapping run from Aribo. Through ball it goes. It's with Aribo now. Brings it back. A chance for Southampton. Saved well. Handball being called for at that point by Aribo, but it's not been given, and Chelsea break away. Southampton still want a handball, and maybe VAR will have a look at this, but it's with Chelsea on the left-hand side now. Chance here with Nkunku. Finds Palmer. Palmer's effort's been blocked, and then the second attempt put out of play for a corner by Bree. Southampton still wanting a penalty at the opposite end, and there was a chance that they could have brought it back to 3-2 just for a moment. Just looking at the replay now to see if it was offside, as Archer, lovely through ball to Aribo. He was onside, brings it back, definitely onside. Ooh, did that come off the hand of Cucurella to knock it out of the path there of Matheus Fernandez? His first effort's blocked. Ooh, I think it has. I think that has come off the hand of Cucurella, who's pushed that out of the way of it falling back to Matheus Fernandez. And the referee is just telling them to wait with the corner a moment, as he's now speaking to Matheus Fernandez. He's going over to VAR now. Have we got a second intervention from Matt Donoghue? He's been called over to VAR. I think we might be looking at a Southampton penalty here. Now, the microphone is in fact broken, so he might not be looking at VAR. He might not actually have had the word from Matt Donoghue if he needs to look at VAR. We're just going to have a moment.
15, 16 minutes still on the clock, plus 5 or 6 to be added. You watch this game change. A bit frustrated I am in the second half performance, Matt.
Yeah, happened for Chelsea. We've had a couple of early goals. The referees stopped the game again because we've got an idiot on the pitch.
There's no way to talk about the referee. I'm joking, of course.
Well, that person is not going to be going to a football game anytime soon. Camera quickly pulled away from him as well, so it's only the people in the stadium who can see it.
Yeah, zooming on Maresca, he doesn't look impressed. I think that Maresca's been, I think that the way that he has spoken about his side, I think he's very honest, he's very measured, I think he's very honest about what he sees. I think there might be an element of disappointment about the second half, that we haven't been able to really dominate the way that the goals change games. And had we get the next goal, the third, the fourth, the fifth in the second half, you know, we'd have won this game 5-6. That's not been the case. But we haven't done that. Just a little bit of frustration, certainly from my point of view. Of course, the point's the most important thing, but we have to know what his post-match is going to be like, actually.
Plays back underway. Caicedo's got it. Southampton preparing more substitutions. Enzo Fernandez then moves it to Palmer just over halfway. Gusto gives it to Tosin. Caicedo first time for Fernandes. Fernandes threading it through from Nkunku, and Nkunku, great chance, checks back inside. It's going to end up into the net from Cole Palmer for 4-1, and Nkunku did the hard work. It looked like he was being fouled as the ball trickled away from him, but Palmer just carried on and scored, and that's game over for sure.
Thank you very much, boys. Thank you. At last, we get the next goal in the game that finally puts this game to bed. Bizarrely, it's kind of come from nothing. It's a brilliant ball from Enzo into Nkunku's onside. Once he gets there, I think he should pull the trigger earlier, Matt. He doesn't. He cuts inside. Cole Palmer, he's onside by an absolute mile. Don't worry about that. Taps it into the empty net. Goalkeeper comes across. The pass from Enzo is beautifully weighted. Nkunku cuts it back.
Just about got the touch.
He gets the touch. He's going to get the assist. Palmer gets the goal. Thank you very much. And there's still 15 left. I want to see us now get the next goal. Make this 5. Make this 6. Because that's what this game deserves.
Crazy Cole Palmer stat of the day. He's now got 7 goals in 7 Premier League games against newly promoted sides.
Well,
he might not be done yet.
No, he might not be done yet. And I think that there's... I'm always greedy as a Chelsea fan. I always want the next goal. Always want more goals. And this is now becoming a bit more of a fair reflection on how this game has gone, even though Southampton have had moments going forward. Maybe we'll be seeing
Vega, Dewsbury Hall getting ready to come on, maybe Jackson too, but the fourth officials can't get a board working at the moment. This has been farcical stuff.
Well, you and I spoke, didn't we, about what Maresca wants to look at. He wants to see that 4th goal, just to give that daylight, I mean more than daylight, between the two teams. Now he can consider rescuing some player. Now he can really put 2 eyes, or at least 1.5 if there is such a thing, and focus on what's going to happen 4:30 in North London on Sunday.
Fernandes coming off for Southampton. 3 as well went off there. And making more changes. Charlie Taylor and Ronnie Edwards have both come on. Taylor, the former Burnley player who played against Chelsea last season. Here come the Chelsea changes. Palmer, that was his last act of the game. Cucurella off as well. Renato Vega and Kiernan Dewsbury Hall, the players coming on.
He would like to have done this 10 minutes earlier, Maresca. But well played him. He's waited and waited just to make sure. You can never look at the team selection will tell you exactly what he's thinking. You know exactly what's going through his mind. It's disjointed to start off with. Southampton, the first 15-20 minutes were equal. I would say maybe shaded the game. But once we got that 2nd, 3rd goal, and now we wanted the 4th, once they went down to 10 men, and now there is that big difference between us and them. We can afford to rest players and really now give minutes to Dewsbury Hall and Vega. I'm sure there'll be other subs he'll use between now and the full-time whistle.
10 minutes plus stoppages, of which there's going to be quite a lot still to play. Which is Fernandes and James Bree, the 2 Southampton players who went off there. And Sugawara finding Walker Peters inside the penalty area. There's Aribo now, man down for Chelsea. Meanwhile, but the ball's cut back. Dewsbury Hall can get it away. It is Caicedo who's holding his knee. Well, it's his calf, isn't it?
Has he got a whack on his calf? Has he got like it looks like a whack. It doesn't. I mean, every Chelsea fan is looking at him and thinking, please don't you go lame.
It's hard to see how he did it actually, maybe on the side as he stumbled over.
Get him off. Get him off. Take no risks. He for me, I know Palmer gets, well, he's walking, running, limping off, if that makes sense.
Everton are 4-0 up on Wolves.
Oh dear. Oh dear, Gary O'Neill.
That Joe Lumley's had a bad night. Craig Dawson scored 2 own goals.
Oh, wowzers.
Dizazi under pressure from Brereton Diaz can go back to Jorgensen. Jorgensen has actually made 2 good saves.
He has made 2 good saves. Yeah, done himself no harm whatsoever. He's getting Premier League minutes, which is always a good thing.
Caicedo out to Renato Vega.
And Chelsea fans in fine voice. Gonna bounce in a minute.
Fernandes moves it on to Gusto. They don't care that it's raining and miserable in December. Everything is bright and sunny in the Chelsea garden at the moment. Fernandes finding Gusto. There's Sancho coming in off the right flank, playing it across for Caicedo. There's control from him. Off to Renato Vega. 81.5 minutes on the clock. Here's Gusto again. 4-1 to Chelsea, just the one goal in the second half, but it was a training exercise now as it wasn't before. Southampton's spirit has been crushed. And yet still, Chelsea have only had 51% of the ball.
Would not believe you if you told me that. I'd call you a liar, Matt.
Using Nkunku. Southampton have got it again here because Nkunku lost it, but now he's got it back again. Dewsbury Hall will touch it off for Felix. Felix came back into traffic then instead of moving it on to Renato Vega, and Aribo took it off him. For Peters. There's Sugawara. James Bree. All the way back to his goalkeeper. Walker Peters. Cornered in. He's trying to find his way out, and eventually Southampton get a free kick. No chance for Southampton staying up, is there, based on what we've seen so far?
No, I relegated them some time ago, actually. It's a brutal league. And you've seen, teams come up.
We've got our Chelsea back. The travelling supporters are singing.
Well,
it's been a miserable couple of years.
It's been a tough couple of years, Matt. There's been it's been a seismic change at this football club. All over, whether it be upstairs, on the bench, on the pitch, all over. This football club has had to deal with a huge amount of change, and at times it's been tough for everyone. But I've got to say, and the clear Enzo Maresca there claps.
That's because he's getting a chant, which I think is the first time we've heard that.
I don't think I've heard his name being, but get the fifth goal. Come on, boys, get the fifth now. Really, we need goals.
Here's Sancho pointing the penalty area, right hand side. Southampton, predictably, have just put everybody essentially in their own penalty area, trying to stop this getting embarrassing. Felix on the ball now for Chelsea. Caicedo. Is Enzo Fernandez. Got 6 minutes plus stoppages to go. One of those nights when you think the referee probably should be merciful, but I bet he won't be.
No, it's do everyone a favour, but there's Southampton. I'll be surprised if Jorgensen actually touches the ball again now, the way they're set up. It's a 5-3-1 almost, and then just. In fact, you know what? Literally, it's just fill gaps. It's hard work, this. They're tired legs out there.
Sancho down the line for Dewsbury Hall. Get a corner from that. You made the point, Chase, earlier about Spurs having 24 hours less rest than Chelsea. They'll have a far harder game than this as well.
Oh yeah.
Away to Bournemouth. Chelsea have played in third gear throughout this match. Gusto cuts one back toward Nkunku, cleared away. But nobody's leaving the pitch exhausted in the blue shirt tonight, are they?
This is
to be.
No, and do you know what? We ain't even that great. I don't, it's to come away to any Premier League game. I know they're newly promoted, but to come away, and I know they had a man sent off, but in all honesty, there's more to go. And this, again, I'm going to give Maresca a huge amount of credit. The team selection, it was a deliberate, calculated risk by some of the players he's picked and the bench, and he's thinking right, and especially going into a period that's so hectic. Don't forget, right, I know we've got Conference League games coming up, we have one midweek next week, but there's games coming up all over, and it's about navigating your way through, trying to rest. Fofana is going to be out for the foreseeable. We don't know when Reece is back. Nicholas Jackson hasn't even entered the field. and it's been the fact that our number 1, number 9 hasn't even been called upon, and we're winning 4-1.
Might have to call that title talk for a bit though. Salah's made it 3-2 to Liverpool now. That's St James's moving away to win. 4 minutes plus add-ons to go here. Enzo Fernandez. Is there another goal at the end for Chelsea here? Now here's Malo Gusto. Loads of space here. Can he pick the right pass as he drives through? Or played it just behind Sancho. Get the shot away anyway! And thrashing his first Chelsea goal. Jadon Sancho. 5-1. Massive moment for him. Chelsea have scored 5 away from home. And Southampton have been put to the sword.
Yeah, the scoreline reflects the game I've seen, but we've not been brilliant. Let's be brutally honest about that. But we have been that much better than Southampton. We could have had 4 or 5 in this second half. We've only had the 2. I'll take that. Now this feels much, much better. This feels a little bit more reflective on the way that the game has gone. I'm delighted for Jason getting his first goal in a Chelsea shirt. The team he supported as a boy. There's so much space on the right-hand side. He had a choice of 2.
About onside.
He's onside. Yeah, he's onside. Has a touch with his right. Goalkeeper no chance. So much space in front of Gusto. It's where, do you go left or do you go right? He's gone to his right. Jadon Sancho, one touch with his right, one touch with his, so left and right, finishes it. That's it. I'm much, much happier now, Matt.
And that is Malo Gusto's first assist in the Premier League this season. They are checking it.
Look, you can never tell. This is one thing that, as football fans now, we look across it. Because of the camera angles, he looked onside, didn't he?
Well, it'll be checked and checked and checked again. Still no semi-automated offside technology in the Premier League to tell us immediately. Might be playing until Thursday here at this rate. It is a goal. It is 5-1.
It's time for 6.
Well, you said you wanted 5 at least. 5. You expected it to be 5-1.
5 or 6. I think I mentioned 6 as well. So.
Well, we're probably going to get about 15 minutes stoppage time.
But
so we might get double figures.
There's going to be at least 5. I would say probably closer to 7. That would be my guess.
Definitely time for more
goals. So there's another 8 minutes left of this game.
And hardly any Southampton supporters left in the stadium now. There's Moises Caicedo. My mistake in the first half, by the way. Chelsea now attacking the end where the away supporters are based. But Lumley's got the ball as Renato Vega chased after it. Heavy defeat here for Southampton, but coloured by that crazy sending off in the first half. Totally unnecessary from Jack Stevens to yank Cucurella's hair when the ball wasn't even in play, and a corner for his team.
Yep.
They'll probably lose the game anyway, but
yeah, no,
what does your manager say when your captain does that?
Do you know what? I said at the time I didn't think it was a red card. I'm going to reflect on that. I had a chat with Sam, and do you know what? It's a ridiculous decision. You can't go doing that. So yes, he deserves all he's got.
Here's Gusto. Chelsea just tapping it about amongst themselves near the edge of the Chelsea penalty area at the moment as the clock ticks towards 90.
It's a training ground walking pace. It's one of those on a Friday morning when you're 8-0 up in the 5-a-side, and it's like, don't anyone get injured. Just no silly tackles. Just keep the ball now, lads. Come on.
Here's Dizazi. Official Simon Hooper's got his board in hand. He's going to show 6 minutes of stoppage time. Alex on the turn here. One way than the other. Finding Malo Gusto. He goes out for Sancho. Slipped it down the line looking for Felix, who turned it back across the face of goal and cleared away.
What a ball!
By Walker Peters.
Probably the pass of the night from Sancho. Plays it, one of those passes that on the inside you play it towards the byline, beautifully weighted. No Chelsea player in the box to tap in what would have been an empty net.
Chasing on for Gusto meanwhile, and to Enzo Fernandez. Chelsea boys making the noise. Fernandez, nice ball looking for Nkunku, just too close to the goalkeeper who raced out and grabbed it. It's 3-3 now, Newcastle Liverpool. Fabian Schär in stoppage time. It's on, Jason, I'm telling you. It's on.
Don't get me excited, Matt, please. Don't. Let me just enjoy a 5-1 defeat. Victory in Southampton. We defeat Southampton on the south coast. Please don't get me excited.
Lumley smacks it upfield. Foul by Renato Vega on Brereton Diaz. Free kick just over halfway, which Ryan Manning is standing over. Manning moves it out to Walker Peters at the dead ball line. Renato Vega over there with him. Now to play, it goes for a Southampton throw, level with the edge of the penalty area. Still goalless between Arsenal and Manchester United. They're 6 minutes into the second half there. Walker Peters with the ball in his hands. Eventually tosses it back to Aribo. Southampton go to Villa on Saturday. Chelsea, of course, at Spurs on Sunday. Here's Dewsbury Hall. For Gusto.
Come on, give me a sixth, boys.
Sancho, Chelsea have already scored 6 away from home once this season, of course. And asking Madueke what he thinks about Southampton as a city.
Yes, that was so bizarre, wasn't it?
Sancho and Enzo Fernandez just passing it between themselves. Eventually, it's over the top for Gusto. Is he onside here? Gusto going for goal himself. Oh, he's hit the post. Poor lad, he's never scored. Flag went up anyway, wouldn't have counted. His wait for a first senior goal goes on.
Yeah, everyone's kind of queuing up as well. The pass needs to come a little bit earlier. Yeah, he's a mile offside. Needs to come a little bit earlier. They held their line actually, Southampton. That's tough to do when you're so tired. It's a really tough thing to do because your instincts say drop, cover the space, but to hold a line and be brave and allow the runner to go beyond you. But yeah, correct decision.
Brereton Diaz has managed to get away from Vega, has he? Vega with a piece of his shirt, moved it off to Sugawara. Vega did well, came back and dispossessed Sugawara. Flag up anyway.
Yeah, he's offside. Yeah, everyone's just waiting now, just put them out of their misery. Referee. Just wonder what the Southampton fans' reaction is going to be to it. You can hear the Chelsea fans in good voice, as we always are. It's been a very tough last 2.5 years-ish. But I have to say, 2025 looks full of promise.
The World Cup to look forward to as well. Here's Sancho, right-hand side. Dewsbury Hall wants it. Sancho hanging on to it. Oh, poor pass from him, didn't get enough weight on it. Cleared away by Manning. And he goes back toward his own goal. Sulemana. Hold it back to Wood. And Lumley just slashes his foot through it. Picked up by Dizazi on halfway.
It's not often, Matt, you and I do commentaries where we're sitting here and we're absolutely relaxed about the last 20 minutes of a game. It's rare.
Fernandez ball over the top from Nkunku, headed it back looking for Renato Vega, couldn't quite pick it up though, and Walker Peters will bring it clear. Back to halfway he comes. Now here's Charlie Taylor. Plays it left-hand side up to halfway, and Sulemana under pressure from Gusto.
Hearing the Chelsea fans singing Enzo Maresca's name.
Dewsbury Hall closing down here. Lumley managed to work it to Manning into the final minute of stoppage time now. All over at the Etihad Stadium. City back to winning ways. 3-0 against Forest. Still playing Newcastle 3, Liverpool 3, and Everton 4, Wolves 0 improbably. There's Wood. Might as well just end it now, referee this.
Yeah, come on, ref. I know you said 6. Behave yourself.
Gusto trying to win it back off Sulemana. So in summary then, Jason, Chelsea haven't played brilliantly, but they've scored 5 goals away from home.
No, look, and I think that goes largely down to the disjointed team that Maresca picked. As I said, it was a calculated risk. He knew what he was doing. He knew that Southampton were under strength by 3, 4, maybe 5 players. He knew that we could come here and put in maybe the performance and still get away with it. The fact they went down to 10 men really did compound their misery. He gets it right again, Maresca. He's getting most things right. Chelsea now second in the table. Hopefully Liverpool drop points. Who knows what 2025 holds?
Yeah, it has finished at St James's Park 3-3. It's finished here 5-1. Dizazi, Nkunku, Madueke, Palmer and Sancho the goal scorers. Aribo briefly threatened life for Southampton, who had Stevens sent off, but this was a cruise for Chelsea. Thanks for your company tonight. It finished Southampton 1, Chelsea 5.